Instantly gets a wicket. Natasha Miles perishes second ball of the day. Big wicket therefore
for her. But that's what a couple of hours can make. Big in swinger there. Loud shot for LBW. And it is a given. Patrick Makumbi obliges to Ishwari Beast his call. Shahzad goes big, gets high to it. Does it have the distance? No, it doesn't, but she will get 4 runs for her efforts. And beautifully beats the outside edge there. Hits that in the air. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. Shahzad is dealing in maximums, first maximum of the inning and of the match to complete that over. And with that, 6 brings an end to the power play. Hong Kong China 32 for 2. Another replay.
Strong shot again, straight over the bowler's head, and that will beat the run. What a shot! Very, very good awareness here from Shenzhen. Very good connection. That should be enough to send it to the boundary. Spraying it down the leg side, Rachana. And
China will be very well advised. Like on that occasion, she gets her bowled. Rajmati Airi knocks over Chan Kai-Ying for 16 of 29.
If they're just right, oh, missed by the keeper. Some bit of drift, and that will go all the way. Up in the air, but that should be in the gap. And that will go all the way. 4 runs to the total. And the
generate power, but the Hong Kong ladies have driven so well like they do on that occasion. Only ends up though in the hands of Hindu Hong Kong China batters. On that occasion, going across the line. Let us see if the catch is complete. It is in the slip area. Brings the
Hindu Bama, the captain from the golf course end. And she comes up with a wicket. This time driving down the long line, the new batter, Joylene.
That shot is challenging in many, and knocks out another one.
Yeah, 1 brings 2 for in.
Shot on that occasion. Run out chance unaffected. Mr. Makumbi raises his finger, points to the sky. And that is the end of. But if they can manage to summon, she starts with a big shot on that occasion. Will roll all the way to the boundary. That's the kind of start they need at the moment. Picks up 4.
End with the breeze blowing across. This time she leans on one knee. Goes deep to deep mid wicket. It has enough. It allows you to clip the balls. Yet again, Kadka continues to try and go big. She gets height on it and enough in there for it to run away for yet another boundary.
This time, Indubama goes very good.
They will know that they're still within striking distance. Stumps. Light delivers the much needed breakthrough for Hong Kong China. Indubama loses her wicket. Leading edge, and Mahek delivers the prize wicket of Kadka. Short delivery from Mahek could have been hit, and Ka-Ying.
Very well played. Chance for a double, but Sui Chan very, very quick. Chance will run out, an opportunity. Takes her time, but umpire Patrick Makumbi Musoke raises his finger. Evening in Hong Kong, China.
Another full delivery. They scamper through for a single. Easy.
No worries. Already a dot ball.
early lad shot for LBW, and Janet Mbabas is sent back to the heart for an early shower. Dig themselves into trouble, but look to be as very well bowled yet again. Big in swinger, gets wood to it. Machule Nachisui runs that down to fine leg. Does it get the boundary? Yes, it does.
Again, another short ball gets onto it very well. Immaculate.
Bigger shot, and that is a beautiful catch taken, brave from Malisa Ariokot, but the catch is even better, and the celebrations tell it all. Bring the fielder in from mid-off to mid-on. She hits this one very nicely. Does it bisect the fielders? Does it go there for the boundary? Alako's got the power.
Going after that bowling.
Alako goes for power. It's in the air. The catch is taken. She falls against the run of play. Again onto her pads. Hits it there around the corner. It will be another boundary for Nakisui. She's been there grinding, and she gets the bad ball and she tucks it away. Yesterday after the chase down, only 70 and 18 overs. You shudder to think what the talk will be today, but that one has been very well played in the gap, round the corner. Touch and go. Imagine Nakisui. Is she home safe and dry? She is given. But I tell you, Davis, from my view here, Musamali goes big and they'll go off running. Chance for a run out. She ran to nowhere. Hit straight to the fielder. The wicket they wanted is the wicket they get.
Into you. Up in the air. The simplest of catches for the keeper. And Uganda lose their 7th wicket. Sarah Walaza trying to hit across the line. 72 for 7.
For a ball yet again from Puja. Takes all the pace off. And with Sarah Walaza attempting to hit that obviously on the onside, unable to get any meaningful contact. Easy catch and celebrations.
And if you look at their backing scorecards, Immaculate Nakisui 22 from 40 balls. They stand out. Stefani Nampina 14 from 25 to only 76 runs, only 9 extras. Inside 10 overs, they only bowled 2, but they finished with 9 extras. 75 for 7. A gift from Janet Mbabas to start off things. Walked off the pads and in the field. Chance for his second, and they should be able to get a double. Has to get in quickly. Takes his time, Patrick Makumbi Musoke, but raises his finger. Suicidal from Nepal, and against the run of play, they lose their first wicket.
In the air, chance for a catch. Young Malisa right underneath it. The pressure from the Ugandans to do better. Big hit, big heave. Malisa Ryokot jumps over her and it's a boundary. What was she doing inside? There was a chance. Touch and go. She's off running. Chance for a run out. That is the chance, and it's given. Very well executed by Uganda.
Get to the end.
In the air, chance for a catch. It is taken, a gift from heaven for Ugandans. The bear hugs there from the skipper and the youngster Malisa Ariokot. Tell the full story. The visuals for you, Uganda living.
So big.
Big swing. Is the wicket with the drizzle coming down. Could be the magic that Uganda need.
2 overs. What a shot.
Oh, beautiful shot. Hit with conviction. There was a hand to it, but she only parried it for 4. Unless Nepal gives Uganda the victory. That is turned round square. Chance for a run out. And yes, completed. Very good stuff. Team wicket, that one. 2 deliveries left. The elder woman of this Victoria Pulse team. She bowls a half tracker. And Aroma Tapa pushes herself nicely. Chance for a run out. And it's completed. A run was enough. Whatever the reason why they took the second, only God knows. Mbabazi from the golf club end. In the middle, chipped in the air, and it's a catch. A slower ball. Uganda creating some magic here, Dennis. 2 balls left in the over. In the air, who wants that? It's the wicket Uganda need. 9 down effectively. And Uganda from nowhere, they rally back into this match and are on top of things as we speak now.
Better team of the two. Look at the batting scorecard. Very, very aggressive at the top of the order. Sana Praveen 17 and Pooja Mahato 16. They lost a couple of wickets in the middle.
Taking another shot there is the two teams are on the field. Janet Mbabazi together with Marshall Nachisui. In your frame, they're the captain of the Victoria Pearls. Janet Mbabazi will continue to lead aside, not just at the toss, but also trying to get inspiration as they look to pick up a big victory against Nepal. I am not alone in the commentary box. I'm joined by Dennis Musali, who was with you at the toss.
Thank you, Davis. Good morning. It should be an interesting clash. Overcast conditions in the morning, but the sun has come out of those clouds, and we should have a very good game of cricket.
The lady in your frame there, Pooja, opened the bowling yesterday and was exceptional for her side yesterday. They weren't able to get over the line in a game that turned out to be a thriller. It was literally one of those games that we had hoped for. We had hoped that this tournament will look to serve up a number of close games. And yesterday, Namibia up against Nepal served up a very close one. Nepal, unfortunately, have been on the losing end in that one, but they'll know that it is a new day today. The gift of a new day has arisen. The sun is out at this Entebbe Cricket Oval. It is an oval next to that Lake Victoria, obviously famously as the world's biggest inland lake. Pooja will start proceedings off for Nepal. Early lad shout for LBW, and Janet Mbabazi is sent back to the heart for an early shower. Nepal strike.
Pooja with the breakthrough for Nepal. Took his time, Patrick Makumbi Musoke, but once his mind was made up that all three were red, Janet Mbabazi out to depart, shuffles into the stumps, straight on the money, completely missed that, and I think that's a very, very good decision there from Patrick Makumbi. Took his time, but must be the correct decision. Uganda already 0 for 1.
Fortunate scenes there for the Ugandan fans as their captain sent back the heart for yet another early shower. Her troubles in the tournament will continue, but with that brings an opportunity yet again. Another youngster, Marisa Riokot, walking in at one drop. I wouldn't have imagined that she went to bed and woke up this morning thinking that she'd be facing the second delivery of the match in a clash that is expected to be a mouth-watering one.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Davis, that's one of the reasons I've always wanted to bat at number 1, because number 3 is just one ball away, even before you find your thigh pad. Even before you're looking around for which bat you want to use or your thigh pad, next thing you know, Davis is already coming back and you have to go in there.
Never would have been Davis, but yes, back to the business here. Nepal have continued to show just the dominance they do possess. Not just as this female team, but also generally the Nepal cricketing setup. They play with a lot of character. They wear their hearts on their sleeves.
Hint of swing there from Pooja, and I think that's what surprised Janet Mbabazi. She got caught on the crease. The ball just going through that gap between bat and pad, and then catching her back leg.
Very well bowling again from Pooja. Yesterday, as I said, she opened the bowling for Nepal and did a very good job. But just to let obviously the viewers know that Nepal under-19 team was recently in that World Cup, the Girls World Cup, a tournament obviously that continues to give a lot of exposure to the younger players, the ladies players all over the globe. So Nepal finally making their first ever under-19 World Cup appearance. They have a number of youngsters in this side as well. Tennis touch of swing yet again. Would you say that the fact that there's a bit of movement early on vindicates or justifies Inda Bama's decision to bowl first under the clouds on the overcast conditions.
Yeah, she spoke about it at the toss that they thought that the conditions could help their opening bowlers, and of course Pooja has backed up those words with some very good action. Stalking a bit of tactics, Davis. I don't know if Malisa is well suited to bat at number 3. Maybe because Janet got out very early. That's the end of the first over. 0 for 1 Uganda.
And opening the bowling for Nepal is Ishwari Beast. She is bowling from the golf course end. Change obviously in tactics. We did see yesterday Rachana, the left-arm orthodox of Nepal, opening the bowling from this end. But this time round, the smartness, the cricket intelligence in Inda Bama, opting to go with a two-seamer, you'd say opening combo because of the overcast conditions. Yesterday, Ishwari Beast was exceptional. She bowled some very important tight overs, slightly at the back end there against Namibia. Today, she's been tasked to bowl with the new ball under overcast conditions with the team up against the back.
Dead ball indicated from the umpire, Sharon Athwala. Sharon is out in the middle with Patrick Makumbi, both of them from Uganda. You can see the Beast trying to speak to her. Not sure what the dead ball is for anyway. But Davis, we were just talking about the tactics. Uganda losing their captain very, very early. And I thought maybe now they have a lot of batting resource in their lineup. Maybe now would have been a good time to sort of give the responsibility to someone like Kevin. She's more experienced. And she can try and hold fort before you expose the youngster.
Yeah, good question there, Dennis. I think it's a case of either, as you rightly stated, either trying to protect the youngster in Marisa Arikot, because we all know that she's not short of talent. However, the question you're basically asking is, does she have the mental fortitude and the competence to walk out there at one drop after a wicket of the first delivery? That's well struck yet again by Machel Nachisui, but unfortunately it's been 9 deliveries with Uganda yet to get off the mark. But the question for me, Dennis, yet again, to answer it, I think you just want to give a bit of the youngster the freedom to understand that she can come a bit later when things are a little bit settled and allow her to play with a lot of freedom rather than obviously walking at the second delivery, because she has already eaten up 5 balls without scoring a run.
I guess it's a case of learning from the deep end. But sometimes 0 for 1 can easily become 0 for 2.
Well, and with that delivery, Uganda are off the mark, finally gotten a run on that scoreboard. Very well ball yet again. Beats the outside edge there of a big booming drive for Immaculate Nachisui. This is a game you think that Nepal will fancy themselves, because they'll know they sit at about 22nd in the rankings with Uganda at 18th. But they'll know based on the last series they had in Nepal, in Kathmandu. That series ended 3-2 in favor of Uganda. They'll know that Uganda are not too far off from where Nepal wants to be. Well, yet another dot ball there. The Nepalese bowlers are stringing together quite a number of dot balls. To be exact, they've bowled 11 dot balls, of course with that exception of that wide. But Dennis, what do you reckon perhaps would be running through the thought process of the Ugandan batters?
Yeah, Davis, Uganda yesterday not very, very confident in trying to chase down about just 70 runs. And I think today when they've been asked to take guard first, Janet thinking that just over 100 could be enough for them. But now when you're 0 for 1 on the first ball of the game, I think the plan is out of... immediately your plan has to change. Like they say in boxing, you always have a plan before they knock you in the mouth. 2 of us gone 1 for 1 Uganda.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Drop around there from Morrison, and she is underway. Gets that quick single. The first delivery of Puja second. Dennis, I was asking you, and I was hoping that you can literally look to respond to what you think the thought process would be for the Victoria Pearls at this stage. You said Janet at the toss was looking at getting close to that 100 mark. So far, her team is 98 runs short of that.
I know, Davis. I think the plan now for them is to just try and knock the ball around, keep the scoreboard ticking very, very importantly. You cannot be there waiting on hope. Hope has never been a strategy. So they need to find a way of making sure they keep knocking the ball around. Just don't go in that shell where you're fearing to lose wickets. But you're still very, very positive, despite the fact that you lost a wicket already. You're still very positive, knocking the ball around. The guys are standing on the 30-yard line, try and drop the ball. Basically, just keep the scoreboard ticking. The more dots you accumulate, the easier for you to lose your next wicket.
Puja continuing to ask some Very dangerous questions, not getting many answers from the Ugandan batters. But for what I can pick from Dennis's response is largely he expects that the plan would obviously come from what you'd call the dressing room environment. They must have a certain culture that they have most probably inculcated in that dressing room to know that there's a certain amount of belief that the players and the coaches will be pushing in a particular direction to try not to dig themselves into trouble, but look to be as very well bowled yet again. Big in swinger, gets wood to it. Machule Nachisui runs that down to fine leg. Does it get the boundary? Yes, it does. That's the first boundary for the Victoria Pearls, and it's come off the blade of Machule Nachisui. 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, that finally gets off the mark. Imi down the leg and just helps it along, beats the fielder inside fine leg and took its time, but eventually got there. And Imi gets off a mark with the boundary. That's more like it there for Immaculate, but there's still that hint of swing there from Puja. I know some very conservative captains who would make sure they have at least 2 fielders behind square just to make sure they cut off anything that could be bowled loose.
Beautiful in swingers yet again from Puja. Obviously, she drifted slightly down the leg side and paid the price. But generally speaking, in the 11 deliveries she has bowled, she's literally been on the money. She has tested and asked questions of the Ugandan batters. Drop and run, attempted run out there, but not catch, not completed. Field unable to gather that. And the Ugandan batters scamper through for a single, and with that single brings an end to the third. Uganda 7 for 1.
Beautiful lakeside over in Entebbe, where Uganda, after 3 overs, only have 7 runs. Malisa Ariokot promoted up the order, now entering at 1 drop. Expansive for Imi, but doesn't find the gap. I don't know if they have the relationship. So most times you need to have a good relationship with the person you're batting with. Malisa knew up the order. Need to have that understanding that allows you to, use your soft hands and then take off. But if one of you is just facing their own bowler, much better there from Imi. Soft hands, runs the ball down to third man. They'll get a single. That's the sort of batting that you want to see between 2 opening batters.
Yeah, speaking about running that down to third man, the temptation for me, obviously, to speak about one of the players in the world that does that so well, Ken Williamson. Obviously, this afternoon, later on, he will be in that final, Champions Trophy final, up against India. Very well struck there by Malisa, unable to beat the fielder. Indubama is patrolling, captain of Nepal, is patrolling that mid-off region. Yesterday, she took a stunner of a catch to get rid of Yasmin Khan. And it was at that point that Nepal felt and thought that they did have that particular game in the bag.
Finds the gap this time. Very good adjustment from Malisa. Make sure she gets it between the 2 fielders in cover. And they'll pick up a pair. Much better there from Malisa. Test of her character and skill as well. Walking in when Uganda have lost their first wicket on the first ball. Learning from the deep end, Davis. There's nowhere to hide for the youngsters.
I don't think that's too bad a plan. Either way, at international cricket, you literally, at whatever time, you will get found out if you're not good enough. So it's good for her to try and get into this opportunity, but actually make full use of it. Uganda has been looking for a 1 down for a while. Drop and run. They scamper through and they find the Nepalese fielders napping. So the Ugandan batters are continuing to string together a decent partnership so far. Obviously, it's been of 10. 11, make that 11. On the flip side, the Nepalese are still finding their voices out there. Loud cheers and support to the bowler. Speaking of support to the Nepalese, the fans as well. Wide delivery there from Ishwari Beast. Yesterday she was a little bit guilty as well of bowling those towards that wide line. This time easy decision for Athola Sharon. Speaking about the Nepalese fans, you'll always find Nepalese fans anywhere in this world as long as the cricket game involving Nepal is involved.
Again, another short ball gets onto it very well. Immaculate, and no chance for the fielder. Put in a desperate dive, but was enough bat on it to go over the boundary. Second boundary for Imi. She's dealing in the boundaries. Another half tracker just helps it along again. Very well played, good control. Good stuff there from the fielder, but nothing she could do. I got a good photo of that right in front of her. Uganda now starting to find the runs and the boundaries. 16 for 1 after 4 overs.
And there is a bowling change from that airport end. Rachana is going to try her luck from this end. Yesterday she opened the bowling from the golf course end. Looked like a very quality left-arm orthodox spinner. She got some patches out of this wicket. She'll be hoping to continue that kind of momentum. She was also guilty, unfortunately, for bowling a couple of full tosses. She don't have better returns today. Morrison takes a little shimmy down the wicket. Attempt to try and scamper through, but she's sent back by her senior partner Immaculate Nachisui.
Yeah, a good intent there from Malisa, immediately trying to use her feet to get to the pitch of the ball. That should send a message to Rachana that anything with some air on it, I'm coming after you.
Oh, she's missed that one. Juicy full toss outside of stump, asking to be hit. And hit it wasn't. Back-to-back dot balls, but Rachana will know that she needs to bowl a lot better than the 2 deliveries she's bowled.
Misses out on another one. Malisa, she's batting from way up. I think she needs to wait for the ball a bit. She needs to play a bit later. And I don't know why now she hasn't tried to use her feet on those last 2 deliveries. Yet on the first ball, she tried to use her feet.
Better length there from Rachana. Much better.
That's a bad thing, Davis, that you miss out on 2 balls that you could have scored runs off. And then when the bowler finds their mark, you end up still finding dots. So that's what creates the pressure.
Very well ball yet again from Rachana, continuing to draw her length a bit back, not allowing herself to get into that hitting arc of Malisa, and she's just 1 delivery away from bowling a maiden over in the power play. Very well swept there, sweeps that behind square on the leg. Work to do for the fielder. Kabita, does she have the legs in her? Yes, she does. She keeps her to just 2 runs, but very well played there by the young Malisa to get 2 runs to the total. And with that double, brings an end to the 5th. Uganda 18 for 1. And Indubama, the captain of Nepal, continues to ring in the changes. As Beast takes a break, she throws the ball to Ria Sharma. She bowled a little bit of mystery yesterday. Balls with the leg spin action, but we did see a lot of flippers. Balls were not exactly beating the batters on the outside edges, but the balls seemed to drift in. She's been tasked to bowl that final over of the power play. No surprises, her field set is there is an extra cover and a long on fielder. Boundary option obviously would be if the batters can get onto the sweep shot and clear that infield.
I think not a very bad plan there from Indubama, just slowing the game down. She had realized that Malisa and Imi had taken a liking to the medium pacers. Now she's completely taken off the pace. Not a bad plan. Now Uganda will have to go to something else. And considering that they've only conceded 18 runs just before the power play ends, I think Nepal will be the happier team, and they've made sure that Janet is also back in the hat.
At this point, not just the 11 Nepalese fielders or players out there in the field, but I'll tell you a thing or two, the crowd as well and the fans in Kachumadu will be very glad with the work so far that the girls have put in. Throws a length back, but the line is perfect. Not to allow Imi any room to try and pierce that extra cover region. If you asked me, I'd rather Marisa does face the spinner. There it is. She takes away all the pace. And there is no pace for Imi to work with. Basically, to ask the batter to try and generate pace. The easiest shot to generate pace is usually the sweep shot.
I like the bowling of Ria Sharma there, as it's a game of chess. She's playing with your mind. You don't know what's coming. Imi is 10 from 18. That is something that should be working on her mind as well.
Goes for the sweep shot. Doesn't get the connection she wanted, but at least is able to get that down to that short fine leg region for a single.
Imi plays that whip very well. I don't know why she's going for the low risk shot instead of going for the big one. High risk, high reward.
Very well played yet again. Square drive there from Marisa. Doesn't get it the boundary, but she will take that single, and with that single brings an end to the power play. Uganda 20 for 1.
So some of the highlights of the power play: Janet Mbaba's departing off the first ball of the game. Couple of runs down the leg side, immaculate, just helping the ball along. She's picked up 2 boundaries for her. 20 for 1 after 6 overs. Very, very good power play for Nepal. And Davis departs from the commentary box. And I'll be joined by Innocent Ndaula. Innocent, welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Daddy. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Entebbe. Happy to be here. Happy to see you as well. Early days. Rachana Kumari. Slow left arm orthodox coming through. The prayer for you and Davis as I listen through earlier was that better for the youngster Malisa to face the spinner. She's not brave enough to do some shimmies down the wicket to get the long front foot forward. Touch and go. Chance for a run out. No, the throw is not inch perfect. Just above the waist for the keeper. She has to collect and then go back down, try and take off the belt.
Yeah, Imi was there in a flash. I was worried for her for a second. I thought she'd been caught in the middle. But good commitment from the both of them that once there's a use of soft hands. They come in very, very quickly. Yeah, now with the spread field, usually the run scoring always becomes more difficult.
Same Ugandan squad, Dennis, from what we've seen in the past, but looks like a whole new squad because the coaches are rigging the changes in the batting lineup with the bowling. Full toss on offer. Not hit very well, but at least there will be one to the Uganda's total.
Yeah, if I was in Dubama, what I'll do, I'll still bowl, even if the power play is done. Just keep playing with that tight field. The Ugandans have not been very brave, playing over the top or trying to go for the big shots. So you sort of keep more pressure on them slightly up to the 10th over and then see how things go from there.
That is the youngster, Malisa, 17-year-old. Finding another single there. The seeds of doubt have been planted early into Uganda's batting, Dennis. Once you lose your skipper early, no runs on board for a long time. After 4 overs, Uganda was still below 10 runs. So they find themselves, they have to dig themselves out of a deep slow.
Very well bowled there by Rachana. Beat both batter and keeper. But I think there was nothing on it. Uganda just making the one change today. So see that again. Beautiful stuff there. Innocent, you'll be proud. That was your craft.
And that's the most dangerous ball from the left-hander, the one that just pitches and holds the line. Big appeal from the bowler, but not getting any help from anyone else on the park. Umpire very experienced there, Patrick Makumbi Musoke, and Sharon Atula standing through, and that's the delivery. Yes, the shout was on. Not a very bad appeal in my eyes, but it's the end of the over. 7 down for Uganda, who are batting first here in Entebbe, and the score is 23-1. Ria Sharma here, continuing to bowl from the golf club end. Of course, this beautiful cricket over in the middle of a special amenity, the golf club of Entebbe. Full face, that would always be a single. The way Malisa is shaping, she's showing the trust that has been instilled in her by the coaches that I am ready to play, I am ready to be given the responsibility to bat up the order. And of course, the Ugandan coaches, Dennis, being brave and saying we'll take care of the future as we look at the seniors.
Yeah, hit straight there to Indubama. If I was Indubama, I would just collect that ball, walk in, just stand at that 30-yard line to make sure you cut off that single.
1 makes 2. Again, imagine Nakisuyu does copy and paste from the youngster Malisa. Same ball, same single. Uganda continue to make the scoreboard tick after things looked a little gloomy with the runs not flowing.
Exactly. That's the sort of single that I was talking about, that if Indubama just walks in and just tries to cut it off. Very, very well played there by Malisa, hitting the sweeper. They'll find another single. 3 balls, 3 runs.
Not a bad over so far for Uganda. Managing to milk some singles from the spinners there, Ria Sharma. This one is punched straight to the only fielder there in that area, the short covers. No runs on offer. Nachisoi going for her trademark shot there, the cut shot. Getting nothing on it.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there, Innocent, for Imi. She's 25 balls, just 13 runs for her. And of the 13 runs, 2 of them came via boundaries. So it's still a lot of work to do for her. With the quality that she has and she possesses, I've always felt that she sells herself short with the way she plays. She needs to let loose, and then she'll get some big totals for herself and for the team. When she does well, most definitely the team will do well.
Changing the bowling. Indubama continues to ring the changes here in Entebbe at the Lakeside Oval. Lake Victoria within our vicinity, but it's Indubama from the airport end, because the airport less than 5 minutes drive away from here. And Indubama will hope that she continues to keep Nepal in the driver's seat. Hit back straight to the bowler. Malisa again trying to make sure she's not bogged down by the slow bowling over Nepal.
Yeah, first ball right in the slot there from Indubama.
She loved to touch and go. Imi not happy to take the quick single. She says, well, you could be 17. I am 28. Bigger shot, and that is a beautiful catch taken. Brave from Malisa Ariokot, but the catch is even better, and the celebrations tell it all.
Yeah, that's a problem, Innocent. The first 2 balls were dot balls, so Malisa felt that she had to do something. Took a small shimmy down the wicket, but straight to the fielder who takes a very good catch. Indubama, the captain, comes into the attack and breaks the partnership immediately. Uganda 26 for 2.
That's the shot again from Malisa there. She stayed rooted in her crease. She knew she was in trouble because the air got a lot of distance, and the diving catch from the fielder says it all. When you do things like she's done, a lot of commitment, you get the rewards, and that is a beautiful catch taken by Rachana Kumari. 26 for 2 now for Uganda. And there is a new player in. 2 close friends join each other in the middle. Proskovia Lako joining Immaculate Nakisui. They were used to seeing each other at the start of the innings. Now they see each other with 2 wickets down.
Yeah, I think after the experience they had at the Kwibuka, Proskovia Lako more productive in the middle order because she can hit a long ball. So I think the Victoria Powers deciding to hold her back a little bit, just in case they require some power at the back end. They have resources. Indubama to Proskovia Lako.
Lako happy to give it a full face. First up, giving herself a chance to look at what the bowler is doing. Sometimes some batters immediately want to get things going. Hit very hard, but straight to the bowler. There won't be runs in the face of the bowler any day, any time.
Had a chance to bat yesterday, Innocent, while playing against my former school. Feel like some of the balls I can hit them down to the sweepers, not to the bowler directly.
Again, there she shapes for a big one, but withdraws from the temptation to play big shot. It's a very beautiful maiden over up front, a wicket maiden for Indubama. The skipper comes into the attack, picks up a wicket, and after 9, Uganda are not getting the scoreboard to tick. It is 26 for 2.
Yeah, Innocent, I mean, same old story here for the Ugandans. Very slow out of the blocks. That's not the way T20 cricket is evolving. You need to get out of the car garage driving at 100 kilometers per hour. It's out of the garage and onto the express highway.
There's a bowling change there. There is a new bowler, Kabita Joshi. A few changes in the field setting there. There is that fielder that I don't love to see when I'm batting, Kaukona, introduced for the right-handers. Touch and go, the off running. It's a beautiful quick single. The fielder caught napping momentarily there. Questions will be asked, but she's not very guilty there. Ishori is the fielder. Now she comes a little round.
There's also a bit of hesitation there from Imi and Alako, just not sure whether they should scamper through for the one. Alako yet to get off the mark.
Alako playing very deep into her crease. There is a fear from where I'm watching from. She could rattle her own woodwork right behind her. That big back foot. She played 3 balls in the first over. Didn't get a run. Now she comes through and they bring the fielder in from mid-off to mid-on. She hits this one very nicely. Does it bisect the fielders? Does it go there for the boundary? Alako's got the power to break the shackles. And it's the first boundary there for you, Proskovia Alako.
Yeah, that's the power of Alako. This time finds the gap and all the way to the boundary. Enough pace on the ball, but very, very good, powerful play. Alako just opens up her body, gives herself enough room to make sure she creams that through the covers. Off the mark with the boundary, she has 4 of 5 balls, meaning the other she's only scored runs off 1 ball. That dot ball percentage is what Uganda needs to work on. Imi has 14 from 27 balls, but she has 8 runs from boundaries. So the other 6 have come off 6 balls.
Alako been there. Everything that drops a third shot, Alako was not able to get anything from it.
Good to see a couple of Nepalese fans out here at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe. Probably later on our cameras will be able to find them. They're hiding somewhere in the trees, but at least I've seen a flag somewhere. Halfway stage, 10 overs gone, 31 for 2 Uganda. Nepal winning the toss and electing to bowl first. They've made sure they keep Uganda very, very quiet. 31 for 2. I think Indubama will be the happy captain of the 2. For now, the teams will take an innings break. So the batting scorecard there for Ugandans. Janet Mbabazi departed on the first ball of the game. Got trapped LBW by Puja. Malisario caught hung around for some time with Immaculate Naksui. Managed to get 11 from 24. Imi still in there, 14 from 27 balls. And Alako was just joined her, is 4 from 8 balls. Just the 2 extras bowled by Nepal.
And that's the bowling scorecard for Team Nepal. The Nepalese in Uganda for the first time, and they're here making the positive noises. Pooja Mahato opened the bowling, had 2 overs, gone for just 6 runs, and she picked up the big wicket of Ugandan skipper Janet Mbabazi, going early. And then the other wicket picked up by the skipper herself, Indubama. The rest of the guys looking very economical. Look at the figures of Ishori Beast, 2 overs, gone for just 10. And it's been Nepal right in the mix here. They lost yesterday in a low-scoring affair. They could blame the rain, but well, the rain is part of play when you come to Uganda. It's Uganda on top of the table after 1 game, and that net run rate where this tournament could be decided is still in just 0.75.
Yeah, the top 2 teams from that table will make the final while the other two will play for third and fourth place. So there's everything to play for in this Women's Day Cup. Four of some of the best associate teams in women's cricket are here in Uganda at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe, as each one of them is trying to push for a place in the World Challenger Series later in the year. So it's a high-stakes tournament, and we're back from the break. Uganda 31 for 2 after 10 overs. Indubama, maiden wicket for her in her first over, will come back and bowl from the airport end.
Something we've not seen all day long. They've been very mean with the extras. Team Nepal, Uganda will be happy to get, and many of those, it's a wide to start up. She darted that one very quickly.
Yeah, just 2 extras bowled by Nepal in the first 10 overs. If that's going to be the trend, Innocent, Indubama should know that they have to bowl only 1 more extra. But Uganda from here on, they will need to push. If they get 60 runs in the last 10 overs, they can only finish on 92.
Full toss, not punished, but well, at least she's still right there working hard. She'll have a second run, sent back by the younger one. Alako says, wait, Imi.
Yeah, it's a nice, juicy full toss there from Imi, just dabbing into mid-wicket. There's no one at deep mid-wicket. There's no one at cow corner, actually, not deep mid-wicket. Should be going after that bowling.
Alako goes for power. It's in the air. The catch is taken. She falls against the run of play. No pressure whatsoever. She just went for a big shot. She thought it was about time she went. And then she falls. Good catch taken there by Rubina Belbashi.
Yeah, second wicket for the captain Indubama. Immediately after the break. In the slot, Alako trying to go big. Doesn't get any connection, and a fantastic catch by Rubina. Safe hands. Second catch for her in the covers, and the big hitting Proskovia Alako will have to depart. Stephanie Nampina will join her best friend Immaculate Nakisui out in the middle. Uganda 33 for 3.
As Alako trudges off, you can see the pain in her eyes. She wanted to do more for her team today. She's among the leading top 5 batters for Uganda when it comes to T20 eyes for the women. Proskovia Alako falls cheaply there for less than 10.
Yeah, Innocent, I'll tell you, someone who's coached us cricket, the both of us, will always tell you immediately after the break, you need to be very, very careful, because you're most likely to lose a wicket. And I'm sure if he was the coach for the Victoria Pearls, he'll be very furious right now.
Are you talking about Mr. Sam Walusini, the legend? The Don is in to join the boss lady, like they love to call each other, the two best friends. Let's see if they can play like truly like a boss lady and the Don.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this partnership is one that can accelerate the run scoring for the Ugandans, because both of them are powerful players.
Touch and go. No runs on offer. Nepal continue to find voice on the park. They've been asking questions since ball 1 when they trapped the skipper. And now Uganda, 3-3-3. And they continue to stay on top, Nepal. That one trapping her down on the back foot. Well,
Indubama was so sure about that one. She literally begged Patrick Makumbi Msoke. Went through the gate of...
I tell you, the life of a cat is what you will call the Dawn for now, because she survives on a very sharp appeal there.
Yeah, she has another 8 lives to her name right now. Very, very close, but maybe Patrick thought that was sliding down the leg side. Indubama applying the pressure with her bowling. She's just given away 2 runs. 2 for 2 for her in 2 overs. 33 for 3 Uganda after 11 overs, 3 runs every over for them. The Ugandans need a heroine to try and get their run scoring going. The bowling change for Rubina comes into the attack. She's been tidy in covers.
Good shout, good punch there from Nakisui. The elder stateswoman of this Victoria Pearl's batting lineup. The fans continue to demand more from her.
Yeah, they can only, people demand big things of you if you're that good. And we've seen what she can do on the international scene.
A high score of 68. You were there, Dennis, in Abu Dhabi against the Americans. That day was a lot of joy for the Ugandans. The Don squeezes that one through. Square driven, and she's off running because she needs to get the scoreboard ticking on her side as well.
One of the things about these two is that they have a very, very good understanding when they are batting together. So the running between the wickets is always assured. You can see Indubama just trying to be a bit tighter when Dawn, who's the new batters, come in.
Again onto her pads. Hits it there around the corner. It will be another boundary for Nakisui. She's been there grinding, and she gets the bad ball and she tucks it away. And those are the fans bringing all the love from Asia.
Yeah, the Nepalese fans. That has been the go-to shot there for Immaculate. She's milked 3 boundaries off that same shot. Just a whip around the corner. Doesn't hit it too hard, but just enough control to get it over the boundary. So that's about to say that I like the plan here from Nepal. They bowl to their plan. Apart from those couple of looseners, they've just been very, very tidy. Every time the ball is hit, it goes straight to a fielder. So that shows that the bowlers understand the plan and they are bowling to it.
You're going to love to get many overs like this. If they're to get anywhere closer to 90, like Dennis predicted, if they get 6 per over, things could work their way. I mean, actually playing a little late on that one. Not able to size down the bowling over Rubina. Rubina's already given her Uganda 6. Can they get any more with 1 ball left?
And the point is, Innocent, should be that when you're 20 from 33, you need to make this count. Because 20 runs, but 12 of those have come in boundaries. You need to make sure you make the start count.
Again, she goes for that favored region, but this time round, there only be a single because she hits it straight where the fielder is. And it's a very fruitful over for Uganda. Comes to an end here. 8 runs, arguably the best over that Ugandans have been able to muscle out here. 41 for 3 after 12. I am in the midst of royalty from a man who played 2 World Cups, Dennis Athamusali, to one who captained Uganda for more than 10 years. Good morning, Davis Karashani. You were here earlier in the morning. Let me put you on the spot immediately. What is happening here? What do you make of the business going out in the middle? Why is it that Uganda cannot be able to get the ball off the square as regularly or as more importantly the fans would love to see?
Good morning, Innocent. Always a pleasure to be in the commentary box. I think just to answer your question, Innocent, I think for me, right from the get-go, Nepal, Indubama won a very important toss. With overcast conditions, obviously, dictating that they would bowl first. They bowled first, got a wicket off their first delivery. And from then on, they have continued to put pressure on the Ugandan batters, asked some difficult questions. So whereas you would want to put into question the skill set of the Ugandan batters, you want to give a lot of credit to how Indubama has looked to chaperone and organize her fielding unit. Her bowling changes have been spot on for me. I think for me, the Nepalese today, this morning, have looked like they want to pull off an upset against the home nation, Uganda.
Tail of the tape is what Davis Karashani gives you. And it's clearly what you see here. Uganda need to dig deep to get anything that the bowlers can play around with. Yes, the coaches did ring the changes, getting one gun player out of the squad in Fiona Kulume and bring in the left armer Sarah Akiteng. Maybe there are a lot of patches that have been seen on this wicket from day one yesterday that could be exploited by the left armer. She plays the little whip round the corner. High risk shot for no gain from the Dawn.
I think cricket logic obviously would have dictated that that kind of change is going to come through. We saw that a lot of the slower bowlers from yesterday troubled the batters, so I don't think the technical team in that Victoria Pulse dugout had an option but to bring in. They could not ignore the left-arm orthodox from Sarah Kiteng for too long, so they had to bring her in as early as possible. In a crunch game, they scamper through for a single. Tight one, but they the two players actually make it home and dry. Nepalese field has called napping there.
A lot of good camaraderie between the two best friends. They're almost in each other's eyes. So I think even just the body language, they will be off running. You can see that Imi did stay back a little bit, but again, she rose to the occasion and completed the single.
The lady in from there, Indu Bama, the captain of the Nepalese, yesterday she bowled an exceptional spell. 3-over spell that brought her team back into that game. A game that they nearly won in that one against Namibia. Today, again, she has bowled 2.5 overs and conceded just 4 runs, picking up 2 prized wickets.
Over. Full face from Imagine Nakisui to end the over. Indubama continues to dart them straight and fast. But it's a bit like Frank Nsubuga. But we'll come back to that topic. Her 3 overs have gone for 4 runs and she's picked up 2 wickets. Uganda are 43 for 3 after 13. I'm holding myself to say something. Hopefully I'll say it in this over. They say always say commentators curse. So let me hold it, Davis, for a while. And Rubina is here. Golden hands in the field with 2 super catches in the covers. She bowled her first over, went for 8. Does she do any better? She's been struggling. She bowled a wide up front in the previous over. She's right there in your frame, donning the cap.
Rubina landed at the Entebbe International Airport, obviously, as a player with a huge reputation. She's played in the fire break before. She's traditionally a batter, trying to showcase her bowling skill. Run out opportunity. Not taken. The batters managed to actually send each other back just in time. But Rubina will be hoping that she can actually yield returns for this Nepalese side with bat in hand.
Of course, not a mistake that she played in the fair break, Davis. Fairbrake brings together some of the best women players for franchise cricket. Seen players like Deandra Doughty make big names for themselves in that league. And there is Stephanie, not happy that she's hogging deliveries. So she's going to try and do everything within her might to get the ball off the park. There's a wry smile coming off her face. She knows she wasn't anywhere in scoring off that one.
That replay will tell you a thing or two that she's one of those players that has a lot of intent. But yet again, allow me to give credit to the captaincy of Indubama. She's recognized that the 2 batters are looking to make full use of that vacant deep square leg region and has brought herself in from long off and sent the short square leg actually down to patrol that boundary.
Well, touch and go, better, smarter from the 2 Ugandans. Nakisui and Nampina, products of ginger.
And yet again, another fielding change from Indubama. Recognizes that Imachel Nachisui is very strong down the ground and opts to send herself from mid-off to long-off.
Kisui has been playing that cut shot today. It's yielded nothing. She's only been cutting canes. No pace whatsoever from Rubina Chetty there. Bring all her experience to the fore there. 5 deliveries board. Her first over went for 8. This over, she's only given her 1 wide and 1 single. So 2 runs so far. How does she complete this one? No runs on offer. Superb timing, but no runs. It's a clinical finish to the over. Her 2 overs have now gone for 10. And after 14, Uganda are still struggling. 45 for 3. Riyaz Sharma reintroduced into the attack, replacing the captain, Indubama.
Well, for me, it is not getting any easier for the Victoria Pearls so far in the inning, and we did see this yesterday. The Victoria Pearls struggled in both the first and second phases of their batting innings. That simply would mean that it puts a lot of pressure on them to ensure that they actually execute that last part of their inning, the back end of the inning, to get so many runs. Tempted drop and run. Just appears to me like there's a sense of fear of failure in the batters out there. They've just not shown enough intent or aggressiveness to try and actually put the Nepalese bowlers. They've allowed the bowlers to bowl into the areas that they wanted to bowl.
There must have been a tough talk in Uganda's dressing room yesterday after they chased down only 70 and 18 overs. You shudder to think what the talk will be today, but that one has been very well played in the gap, round the corner. 4 runs to the total. Uganda would love to see more of that, if that to avoid that tough talk from 2 guys.
Short delivery, fortunately from Ria there. And the Don pounces on it, hits it wide of that deep square leg region. 4 valuable runs, you'd say. You felt that the Nepalese had put the brakes on Uganda's attempt to try and put together a decent total.
Decent total, Davis, is one question I'll ask you after the end of this over. What you feel a decent total will be on such a wicket? You're better than me at reading wickets. I was only a player. Play on any surface. You're only hoping that you get selected in the 11 and play. With the way Nepal have gone about the business, Davis, very few overs of pace. Once the coach realized Uganda were not going to do anything with the spinners, they have been spinning all the way from then, as early as the 4th over.
I think it's a tactic, obviously, you saw from yesterday. I was even shocked that Nepal this time today opted to go with 2 seamers up front. You'd have thought that they have literally looked to take off the pace as early as possible. I'm a huge admirer of Ria Sharma's bowling. The mystery in her action, but more important, she seems to bowl a lot of straight deliveries, attacking those 3 stumps with a lot of her deliveries. Rarely bowls any width, doesn't give any freebies to batters.
Touch and go. Imagine like Isui. Is she home safe and dry? She is given. But I tell you, Davis, from my view here, she was in. Unfortunately, we don't have the privilege of third umpire duties or the TV camera, and that's the dismissal for you again. I tell you, there we go. In with a whisker. In with the whisker, but in the umpire's world, you are out. You will go and take a shower. And I tell you one thing, Davis, Commander's curse has really rained on Nakisui because she's fallen 2 runs short of entering that elite club of 1,000 T20I runs.
Very painful, obviously. You can see even the look, dejected look there from Imi Nakisui, but more importantly, innocent. She's scored 22 runs off 40 deliveries. She has eaten up quite a number of deliveries that the Victoria Pearls could have used, you want to think, a bit more sensibly. But what that has meant, it has meant that it has created pressure on the batters that are going to keep coming. They'll know that they do not have the luxury of looking to rebuild an inning. It's at a time whereby whoever is going to work on is going to try to be looking to enforce and get the run scoring going. The look there, obviously, in your shot there, the dressing room of the Ugandan team, not much delight, you would say.
Nothing much to smile about. It's a beautiful Sunday. The sun is out. Perfect weather to play. Shower over the night to make things even cooler. But one girl comes in there. She's a businesswoman. Immediately, she's that one straight past the bowler. Ria Sharma not able to get a hand to that. But Rita Musamali, the all-rounder, given their duty, I think, to be the finisher. And she comes through, gets a single, and it's the end of the 15th, and Uganda finally reached the 50-run mark. It's 50 for 4 after 15. Exciting and deep batting lineup for Uganda. Not the total you would have imagined they would have had at this stage.
That's one of those challenges with the illusion of a deep batting lineup. You always feel that you can look to catch up a lot later. I'll tell you, Innocent, more often than not, it doesn't exactly work out that way. The worry for me, to be honest with you, is I just feel, again, I mentioned Italy, have just not shown a lot of intent out there. They've been a bit too tentative for my liking. But it's good to see at least a couple of changes in there. The one down Marisa getting an opportunity to showcase what she can do out there at the top of the inning. But it will be something that the Ugandan dugout will look to think about, to see how to get the girls playing with a lot more freedom of mind. I'll tell you, yesterday after watching Nepal bat, they played with a lot of freedom, especially at the top of the inning. They were cruising at 19 in the first 2 overs. So it is an area, and especially because the modern game has gone in that kind of direction, it makes the blueprint template that Uganda use a bit difficult in modern day, because now it's just 30 deliveries to go.
Chipped over the bowler. The Ubi runs on offer. Musamali looks at the dawn. It's a working day, whatever these two think. They will know 50 is not enough for the bowlers to work around with. And as the new bowler comes through there, Ishori, is there anything in this wicket for the pace bowlers? Because we've said a lot of good things about the spinners. For the layman watching, please give them some light.
I think having a look at the wicket earlier, it didn't seem like there was a lot of grass on it, so the ball will not swing so much. If there's going to be any hint of swing, it's obviously going to be based on that breeze, the lake breeze that blows right across the ground. So there's fast bowlers that look to take off a lot of pace, especially now that there are no overcast conditions, are the ones that will be more successful. They run out of opportunities, scamper through, and the batters are quick enough. They make it home and dry, nice and easy. The dugout of Uganda obviously gets a bit of excitement. They are on their feet. They know that this pair needs to take them as close as possible to that 70, 80 run mark. If they can look to get around 85, 90 runs.
That's the touch and go from the dawn. Running very quickly. Musamali says, I am jet heeled. Are you interested? Yes, they come through as the fielder picks the ball. And a very late, very poor from the fielder. The analyst will be making notes, seeing how they let loose. Sometimes when you strangle, continue strangling. Don't remove one hand to punch. That's what Nepal will have to do. Uganda have been moving at 3.5 per over for a long time.
I'll tell you a thing or two, Innocent. I think I would have been tempted if I were Indubama to throw the ball back at Kabita to bowl a slow left arm, slow right arm off spin. We've seen that the spinners have looked to trouble batters a lot more, but with the medium pace, it's a little bit easier for the batters to get on with, which might be an advantage for the Victoria Pearls if they can look to try and get anything above 6-7 runs in this particular over.
Big appeal, I don't know for what, but well, they are appealing. And there was a little warning from the umpire, Patrick Makumi Musoke, asking the Indubama to ask her colleagues to get it on going. They could be late in times of time. That's the appeal from the last ball. Too high, for my liking.
Pardon you from there. Stephanie Nampina is in a bit of discomfort, needing some medical attention from the physio. Imam Tugume, he's been on the side for a while. His contribution, obviously, to keeping the girls fit cannot be overstated. But innocent, the Nepalese fans who are on our extreme right, as I did mention earlier, you'll always find Nepalese fans anywhere in the world. As long as there's a cricket game going on, we're just yet to hear that Nepalese rhyme, Nepal, 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 and that rhyme sends a lot of shivers down so many opposition teams.
I know one of your best friends when it comes to cricket, Paras Kadka, could be one of the guys rooting for the girls from wherever she is. I know it's down in Namibia. There is fire in the belly for the teams that are down in Windhoek. And Nepal have to do more than just sing Nepal, Nepal, Nepal in that other competition, the World Cricket League too. And here, Nepal, a little bit like India, wherever you go, you find them. They're right in your faces, and they're happy to support whichever outfit they do play. Poor fielding effort there. Again, they set off for one. Musamali asks the Dawn if she's happy to come back for the second. This time, the Dawn says no. It's a no ball. Chance for free hit. Musamali will be on strike for the free hit. Or would you have preferred the Dawn on strike?
I'm actually a little bit shocked that they didn't push for a second there. You felt that there was a possibility of them making a second. Obviously, they wanted Dawn to be on strike for that free hit, but it is Rita Musamali who nearly makes a meal out of it and does everything within her reach, but is unable to get back to wood. Rita Musamali, obviously, without going too far, is the Uganda female cricketer of the year 2024. She had a tremendous year, both with bat and ball in hand. But she'll know at this particular stage she has a massive job to do. She needs to get her team to around that 80-run mark.
Slaps that one straight to the fielder. Chance for a run out. Not able to get it. The bull's eye. But they scamper through for a single. Nevertheless, Uganda continuing to work. Runs have not flowed. And they will be hoping that their bowlers will do the same in Uganda for them to stay atop the log. Nampina on strike now. She's on 10. Hits that one very hard. They run very quickly. But straight to the sweeper is Shawley. Shawley beast continuing to bowl. And it's the end of the over, Davis. Her 3 overs have gone for 15. A good over for Uganda. With the way things have been going, they get 5 from the over. Seven, I beg your pardon, and it's the end of the 16th, 56 for 4.
Well, and there is another bowling change from the airport end. Captain Indu Bama has had a tremendous tournament so far with ball in hand. She's chosen to bring herself on. I've liked the fact that she likes to bowl in those high-pressure moments. She's conceded just 4 runs in her 3 overs so far.
She comes through to bowl her last, and immediately Nampina throws the kitchen sink at that one. Not able to connect.
Should be a good contest. Nampina likes to take on bowlers.
And well, Indu Bama is under the pump because Patrick Makumbi has continued to urge on the Nepalese to get the bowling going. They've been a little bit slow, Nepal. Lots of field changes, lots of bowling changes, and they're slow people in the park. Continues to look at the watch, take his notes. An ICC umpire there, an ODI umpire, Patrick Makumbi, is earned his mileage over the years. Good shot there from Musamali, a shot of intent. Will only be one. Very tidy spell there, very parsimonious from Indubama. 2 runs so far in the over after 3 deliveries. Musamali goes big and they'll go off running. Chance for a run out. She ran to nowhere. Running off a misfield, Cardinal Sin. She will pay the price. And Uganda perish. They lose the 5th. 58 now for 4 becomes 58 for 5. That's the dismiss again.
Struck firmly, but unable to get past Indubama. The captain yet again completes an easy run out to get rid of Rita Musamali, the female cricketer of the year 2024. Rare look because of based on how well she did last year. Despair from her, obviously, as she walks off. Sent back to the heart. Uganda 58 for 5. With the replay, struck firmly there. She gets some bit of body behind that one, and able to complete that run out. And with that dismissal, in walks Kevin Awino, former captain of the Victoria Pearls. I like the fact that Indubama, if you take a good look at how she holds the ball, she's looking to hold the ball cross seam. That obviously gives a bit of an advantage, especially on a slow and low wicket. And to add to that advantage, the fact that she bowls very straight into the stumps, she becomes a difficult customer to get away.
There is Indubama for you. Big swing again from the dawn. This time round in the gap. The call is 2. Does Kevin Awino set off? Yes. Nimble feet here. And 2 runs to the total for Uganda and for Nampina. They will be happy to see the end of Indubama's spell there. But they will see a lot more of her in this series. Series just on day 2. Of course, Musamali, the leading run scorer for Uganda. She's the only one in the 1,000-run club with 1,045 runs. Hit straight to the covers. Again, there a little parry from the fielder. But she's done well, Rubina Chetty. Belbashi. 2 catches for her in this match already. And a good spell from her, the lady from the fair break. End of the over here, 17 down. Uganda on 60 for 5.
60 for 5 after 17 overs.
Pooja Mahota comes back into the attack.
Pooja Mahato is the new bowler for Team Nepal.
From the golf club end.
And it's Kevin Awino on the striker's end for Team Uganda.
Kevin Awino, the life of a cricketer, once upon a time an opening batter. We've seen her drop down to 11 to 10 as a tail ender, and now she's in the middle in the all-rounders numbers. And yes, she's an all-rounder as a keeper. She must earn her keep.
Well, a bit of interesting tactics here from Indubama. She's gone back to her leader of the pack, Pooja. That simply means more pace on, yet you'd have rather look to take as much pace off as possible.
Very well played there from Kevin Awino.
Innocent, and as you can see, it's obviously looked a lot easier for batters. When there is some pace on, you'd have liked to see Kabita yet again for me, and Ria. Whereas she went for a bit too many in her last over. Ria for me has been one of those mystery bowlers in the tournament so far. But Indubama goes for her trusted general in Pooja.
Talk about Ria Sharma and Kabita Joshi. They've taken a liking to the Entebbe surface here with tidy spells. Hit straight to the fielder. The wicket they wanted is the wicket they get. It's the end of things there for the Dawn. Stefan Nampina, as Uganda continue to lose wickets in bundles. It's the women in blue that will be celebrating here on a beautiful Sunday morning. The Ugandans will be watching and looking away the catch is taken and the celebration there tells it all. They are happy to continue making inroads into this Ugandan batting lineup. 61 now is the score for 6. Effectively into the all-rounders and into the bowlers. Sarah Walaza walks out to bat at number 8.
Well ball there from Puja. Taking all the pace off and bowling that a bit wide. Asking Stephanie Nampina to reach out and hit that with no pace on it. And it paid heavy rewards. With the dismissal in walks Sarah Walaza. Another all-rounder. First of the all-rounders, you would say. Very handy with bat in hand. But she will know that she has a very big job to do. With just 16 deliveries to go, she needs to find a way of getting her team to that bare minimum, at least 80-run mark.
Talk about 18-run mark. And that means you're going to need another 19 runs from 15 balls. Also, Sarah Walaza not knowing much about that one, but she'll take the run anyways off the mark. It tells you about the beauty of women's cricket, Davis. The rankings here in this tournament: 17 for Namibia, 18 for Uganda, 20 and 21 for Nepal and Hong Kong. Shows you that the gap in class is not huge.
No, it isn't, and it is something that we did talk about. I don't think the gap is wide between the sides, especially the 4 sides in this Women's Day Cup. Easy decision there for Sharon Athola, wide outside of stump. It's going to always go down to the player, the team that plays better on the day. We did see how close Nepal came against Namibia last afternoon. Good cricket there from Apuja, taking all the pace off, but very well responded by Kevin Awino. Glides that down there to that vacant third-man region for a single.
Kevin Awin, another of the players that have had to earn their stripes each and every other day in their playing careers. She's under a lot of pressure from Esther Iluku, who continues to sit on the fringes, but look at the trial matches they've been playing, and Esther gets a lot of runs lately. She's also a good keeper. So Kevin only edging her because of the experience, I believe. Sarah Walaza, your all-rounder Davis, getting the run. She wants a second. She goes off running. The run out is not effected. Set back. Long levers Sarah Walaza has to do a lot of work to get back into her crease.
Lanky fella she is. But as we did mention, she likes to hit anything that is too full. She does possess the skill set to drive handsomely as she did right there. Kevin Awino, rightly so, sends her back. Don't know that 13 deliveries to go to end this inning. The two of these have the ability to at least get those 15 runs to get to that 80-run mark. Not too sure it will be enough, but it will be some runs for the bowlers to bowl at.
Very slow from the bowler, Puja. She ends a third over there. Economical figures there, 2 for 11. They've been very tidy. Team Nepal, end of the 18th, and the score for Uganda is 65 for 6.
And there is another bowling change from the airport end. India Gist opts yet again to go with another medium pace bowler. Change of ends for Beast. Yesterday she was extremely very productive by bowling wide of the batter's lines, but within the wide line. So she'll be hoping to do that kind of similar role today, especially with this particular over. It is going to be a momentum shifting over. If she gets it right, that will send a lot more trouble onto the Ugandans. If the Ugandans can make full use of this over, they will know that they've picked some momentum they can drive into the second inning. I'm not alone. There is a change in the commentary box that has followed that change in the bowling Dennis Musali joins me. He returns into the commentary box.
Goes big, Walaza, but not big enough to get to the boundary. They just get the one run right in the slot there from Beast. Long levers there from Walaza. Hopefully one of them can access the boundary, because Uganda, like you've mentioned, from 11 balls, they need some push for them to get to. You
runs. She scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself dropped.
Crossbar again, 2 players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like that, so if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The big in-swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder. Shihepo.
And in Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali.
I'm still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Gray.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air. Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
Comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
Big one already. Doing justice.
just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river. Snow Whitman, and again
Employing a defensive method. Ball her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wickets of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrow down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
You can see she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi.
Even the long strides.
Of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarah Kiting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. this time round, beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the cleanup job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. Are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken. Evelyn.
Run, she scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself trapped.
Crossbar again, two players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like that, so if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The biggest swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder, Shihepo.
And in Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali.
Are still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Gray.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air, Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
Big one already. Doing justice.
just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river, Snow Whitman. And again,
Employing a defensive method. Bowled her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wicket of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrow down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
You can see she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi.
Even the long strides.
Of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarakting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. This time round beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the clean-up job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. Are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken.
Runs, she scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself dropped.
The crossbar again, 2 players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like that, so if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The biggest swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder, Shihepo.
And in Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali.
I'm still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Gray.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air, Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from wow, that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
Comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
Big one already. Doing justice.
just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river. Snow Whitman, and again
Employing a defensive method. Ball her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wicket of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrow down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
You can see she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi.
Even the long strides.
Of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarah Kitting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. This time round beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the clean-up job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. Are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken. Evelyn.
Runs, she scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself trapped.
The crossbar again, 2 players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like that, so if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The big in swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder. Shihepo.
In Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali
are still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Gray.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air, Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
big one already. Doing justice.
Just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river, Snow Whitman. And again,
Employing a defensive method. Ball her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wicket of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrow down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
As you can see, she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi.
Even the long strides.
Of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarah Kiting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. This time round beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the clean-up job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken. Evelyn.
runs. She's scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself dropped.
Crossbar again, 2 players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like the so, if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The big in swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder. Shihepo.
And in Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali.
I'm still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Green.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air. Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
Comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
Big one already. Doing justice.
just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river. Snow Whitman, and again
Employing a defensive method. Ball her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wickets of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrow down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
As you can see, she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi.
Even the long strides.
Of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarah Kiting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. this time round beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the cleanup job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. Are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken. Evelyn.
Run, she scored 2 zeros. She's been guilty for getting herself trapped.
Crossbar again, two players early as possible. Hits that one through covers. Will she get 4? Will it have the legs? Yes, it does, and it goes for 4. I think she'll like that, so if you ask me. Goes big straight away, pumps it into the covers. Doesn't give herself a chance to have a look. Pops one up and she goes, perishes.
The big in swinger there goes right through the gate. 5 runs in and just under 2 overs. Janet Mbabazi goes on one knee, attempts to go big, goes right through the fielder, Shihepo.
And in Glenn Maxwell, I think they've done very well in Australia not to try and curb his instincts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got the best out of him. And as we see, Rita Musamali
are still giving Rita her flowers, and unfortunately, she has to depart, going across the line on a full delivery. Kylene Gray.
Just to find the ability to actually score runs on the offside. Janet Mbabazi, she falls to a blinder. Another blinder by Sune Vidman to the opposite number.
Yeah, Sune from China in the morning. Tossed up in the air, Imi uses her feet, and this time she's able to find the gap through the covers for a boundary.
14 runs of 15 balls. And another one struck down the ground. Are getting another maximum 4 runs.
Playing from up and completely misses it. Saima with the breakthrough. Again, well played there by Stephanie Nampina. Very good adjustment from her, and that race will be won by the ball. A full toss on the pads. Gift from wow, that will get to very well hit there by Stephanie Nampina. Very, very fast outfield, and that should race away for another boundary.
Captain delivers a wide, and it goes past the wicket keeper for wide 4 runs.
In the last 4 overs for Uganda. Tries to go big. Stephanie Nampina goes down on one knee, but she gives some fielding practice for Sylvia Chipeho. Gets rid of Stephanie Nampina.
And Michael Chintu doesn't think there's anything to give out, and a run out off the last ball. Malisa
Comes out to uses her feet. Malisa will find the gap, and that's how things will finish in the
big one already. Doing justice.
just a no-call chance for a run out. Ooh, sold down the river, Snow Whitman. And again,
Employing a defensive method. bowled her.
Irene Mutoni with the breakthrough on the big wicket of Yasmin Khan. A smile on the youngster's face.
Narrowed down 3 acres of land into the smallest possible space. Another run out opportunity there. What's the result? It's a run out.
Very, very guilty. Again, very indecision between.
As you can see, she doesn't collapse. Braces her front leg. Another run out chance. Completed.
Third run out. Today is a day for run outs.
The doctor has recommended she serve the complete opposite. As we see the introduction of Janet Mbabazi,
Even the long strides.
of all sorts of things. There's so much pressure going on. They can't afford to lose another wicket, as we see Janet Mbabazi creating another wicket there.
Perhaps looking to speak to. But beautiful shot there from the young wicketkeeper. Recognizes that that is where the boundary scoring option is, and it manages to run down there for 4 runs. Short and wide delivery, but unable to get that hit.
When you think about chance we run out again, what a... Kevin Awino is too good for me. I've run out of words for her. Welcome, Wati.
Sarah Kitting has been guilty of bowling some of those deliveries down the leg side, but very well bowled. This time round beats the outside edge, and Kevin Awino does the clean-up job. Beautiful stamping from her.
They are off the hook now. Are assured of a slot in the final. Oh, and the captain takes a beautiful catch to send Sylvia back into the dugout.
And rest, not just today, but even on that chance in the air, hit in the air.
And exactly that. Catch taken. Evelyn.
in the Pearl of Africa, Uganda, just over a week ago. 3 nations landed at the international airport of Entebbe. Nation from Hong Kong, China, Nepal, and Namibia came here to play the tournament that was obviously played by 4 nations, but a tournament that has brought a lot of delight. And it is that crunch game, the final game of the tournament. And in that final game, Uganda, the host nation, will be up against the top-ranked side in the tournament, Namibia. Dennis Musali was with the 2 captains earlier on for the toss.
Of the Women's Day Cup at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe. The teams in the final, Uganda the hosts and the visitors, the Capricorn Eagles of Namibia. At the toss have the 2 captains, Janet Mbabazi from Uganda, Snow Whitman from Namibia, and our third umpire for the day, Mr. Patrick Makumbi Msoke. Janet is the home captain, so she'll be doing the tossing. Heads is a call. Heads it is. Snow, tell us what you're going to do and why.
We're going to have a bat first. I think in finals it's important to put runs on the board. And then with our bowling unit, fielding unit, we have to use the scoreboard pressure and make sure we get over the line today.
All right, Uganda has had your number in the group games. What is going to be the plan in the final?
Obviously the group games is gone. The only thing you can change is what's happening today. And I think hard lessons learned out of the group games. But what matters today is the final. And we definitely going to show up today.
All right, have you made any changes for the team?
No, we're still the same playing 11 for today.
Right. Good luck to you and the girls.
Thank you so much.
Janet, you've been asked to bowl first. Your thoughts about that?
I think if I'd won the toss, would have taken the ball first. So it's okay with the team. It's been the bowling, the wickets a bit, in my opinion, slightly a little damp, and we want to use that to our advantage with the ball. But it's also a good challenge. We've been batting in the past couple games, and now we'll see how the team will deal with this kind of other situation. Yeah.
All right, winner takes all. What is going to be the plan in the final against a team that you've been able to beat in the group games?
I think we're going to try and keep everything that we've been doing. Just stick to our usual basics. Come and bring in our A game. Everyone bring in the vibe, the morale, and just trying to, we're just trying to keep everything simple and stick to our basics. That's all.
All right, have you made any changes to the team?
Yes, Proskovia Lako will be out and Walaza will be back on the team.
All right, good luck to you and the girls.
Thank you.
That's the news from the mid-door. Namibia won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Well, that is what transpired earlier on at the toss, with the Sune Vidman doing the correct thing first and picking up a very important toss, winning that one and opting to bat first, something Namibia will be hoping to do first. Looking at their team, the Namibia team, the team is unchanged from the last outing. Sune Vidman, Kylen Green, Yasmin Khan, Wilcom Mwatile, Edil Van Zyl, Arasta, Gorares, the other Mwatile, Sylvia Sihepo. But more importantly, Namibia have gone with an unchanged side. For Uganda, they've made that one change. Proskovia Lako missing out, and Sarah Walaza returns. They're led by Janet Mbabazi, Esther Eloko, Rita Musamali, Machina Chisui, Stefan Nampina, Mari Sarah Ariokot, Kevin Awino, Sarah Walaza, Kosia Weko, Sarah Kiteng, and Irene Mutoni. Namibia won the toss and elected to bat first on what looks like a belter of a wicket. I am not alone in the commentary box. In the commentary box, starting up, is Ivan Tawith Amira. Ivan, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much, Davis, and good afternoon. To what has turned out to be a decent afternoon, having had early morning showers, heavy ones at that. But it's good to have a game in. Earlier game was washed out as a result. But then the afternoon has presented new fortunes. And let's see what it has to offer.
Yes, Evan, as I mentioned earlier, just last week, literally just over a week ago, our nations actually flew to the Entebbe International Airport to try and get themselves here to try and play what has turned out to be a tremendous tournament. And it's come down to this afternoon, whereby the top 2 sides in the tournament by rankings have managed to make it to that final. But we can't go too far without saying just the circumstances in which Namibia actually managed to sneak into the final. They nearly missed out on net run rate.
Yeah, they missed the flight. But it's been very interesting. There's been very little to separate the sides, actually. All the teams seem to have the same kind of qualities and abilities and strength. But these two have managed to cross the line to find themselves in the finals. And let's see what they have to offer today.
Not a big surprise that the youngster Irene Muton is opening the bowling from that airport end. Ever since she was slotted into the side, she's actually put her hand up and made her opposition literally be counted. She's done tremendously with ball in hand. Should be a good contest. Her bowling up to Sune Vidman. Sune Vidman takes a liking to it, gets her right under that one. Fortunate for her, it has enough to go over that mid-off. They scamper through for the second.
One of the things the teams will have to deal with today is a slow outfield. Plenty of rain, as we said. So they might not have to depend on boundaries a lot, rather than on their running in between the wickets. That's going to count for so much in this particular contest. And we thought that there would be a lot of movement because of the cloud cover, which has cleared though. Let's see how the ball will behave in the first few overs of this contest.
However, you speak of something that is obviously is extremely important, the fact that the sun rays are starting to pierce through those clouds. So it's looking like the perfect weather for cricket. And as I said, that especially in this tournament, Sune Vidman has been guilty of getting what you'd have called good stats. She's been quick out of those blocks, but has not been able to convert and get the Capricorn Eagles to an even bigger total that they would want to get. She's only gotten to that 18-20 run mark, but they want her to do well in this particular final.
Goes big on that occasion as well. First victim, Janet Mbabazi cleans up and takes the catch. Sune Vidman Davis, just as you said, her guilt comes to the fore as well.
Despair, obviously, from her there. But her lackluster tournament, she's been very short of runs, continues. And today is unfortunately not the day for her to actually come good for her Capricorn Eagles. She has not been able to lead from the side. Something she's done for so long for this Capricorn Eagles side. So she'll know that she can do a lot better. But look at that beautiful delivery from that young Irene Mutoni. Balls it back of the length. And Janet Mbabazi completes an easy catch there at mid-off.
I think Sune Vidman has been a victim of the kind of approach they wanted to employ in this tournament. She has looked to go big at the start. And on this occasion, she seems to have been the one chosen to do the enforcing duties, going hard at the top of the innings. But turns out that she has been a victim to those very plans that they've put out. And so, as we see on this occasion as well, perishing in the very first over to the bowling of Irene Mutoni.
Spot on, Ivan. She's lived by the sword and died by the sword. She's been a sacrificial lamb for this same Capricorn Eagles side. But with that wicket, in walks Yasmin Khan, the leading run scorer for the Capricorn Eagles in the tournament. They will need a big knock from her today. I do not think the Namibians will have forgotten that they were bowled out for 45 runs against the Victoria Pearls in the last outing.
What an outing it was, Davis. Nail biter. There was a lot online, especially before that particular game. The game between Hong Kong and Nepal. Putting up all sorts of mathematical possibilities. And although by the start of the Uganda-Namibia contest, most of the pressure had been relieved, but Namibia almost staring down the barrel by the end of that particular game. Anyway, they found themselves in the final of this afternoon.
Farewell ball here again from Irene Mutoni. She's managed to get some patches. That little away swing movement already causing problems for the Namibian batters, but there's an interesting field change. The long on fielder is brought into the ring, and now that vacant, what was earlier a vacant final region, has Sarah Walaza patrolling it. It clearly is a sign that they do recognize that Yasmin Khan will probably look to start off a bit slow and look to build on a lot later in her inning. Beautiful over from the youngster Irene Mutoni. She's considered just 3 runs, but picked up that prized scalp of the Capricorn Eagles captain, Sune Vidman. And after 1 over, Namibia are 3 for 1.
Not the kind of start Namibia had anticipated. Certainly not what the coach had recommended. And they find themselves in a bit of trouble I know how that can get the dressing room a bit nervous when you lose a wicket early. But nonetheless, Irene Mutoni demonstrating her abilities. She has a very good bowling technique, stays upright for long, and as we could see in the last over, she was managing to get that outswing, which has been very rare actually in this tournament. Most of the drift has been into the batters, into their pads, and today she has introduced a different variety in as far as movement is concerned. But on the other hand, Yasmin Khan has also demonstrated very good batting technique, so it will be a very good contest that we are about to witness. But on the other hand, we see the introduction of Konsi Aweko. Captain Janet Mbabazi opting to slow things down on the other end, a strategy that has worked so well. Even the last game, she actually did a lot of damage to the Namibians, and so she didn't want to, Janet Mbabazi didn't want to differ so much from that script.
Another little leg cutter from Konsi Aweko. I think for me it's been a tactic that has brought a lot of success for the Victoria Pearls. Bowling a seam on one end alongside Konsi Aweko. You just get a feeling that Konsi Aweko has made that opening slot on one end her very own. And you feel like Irene Mutoni, the youngster, has put her hand up long and high enough to actually look to cement that opening spot on the other end, ahead of the more seasoned Patricia Malemekia, Sarah Walaza, and perhaps Evelyn Nanyipo, who is not in the side this time around. But you feel that Irene Mutoni has put her hand up and done exceptionally well.
Absolutely, Davis. There is always that one person who will come and do something extraordinary, irrespective of their age. We see among the men there is one called Baguma Joseph, who has just crossed his teenage, but able to do very many things with the ball. And so in this case, we see Irene Mutoni also with those special gifts, and the team also recognizing those attributes she has and putting them to good use. And she has done justice to those attributes. We've seen already the skill set she has and the things she has been able to do, as we see Yasmin Khan take a blow on her head. But as we spoke about Irene Mutoni, I think she's one for the future, and she comes with a lot of promise on her hands.
Not great sights, obviously. Yasmin Khan taking that blow to the head, and we'll be hoping that she does pass that concussion test, which is obviously mandatory each time the ball clatters into the helmet of a batter, even a wicketkeeper, largely for safety reasons. And I think for me that is the great direction to go for international sport.
We see a change made by the Ugandan team. Proskovia Alako relegated to the bench today. In my opinion, I think she has been a victim of a team plan that has not gone to precise, that has not gone to precision. I think she was, in my opinion, batting out of position, and she was judged based on the position she was not accustomed to. And I thought that if she was batting in the middle, her results would have been a lot different from what they are at the moment. But subsequently, it has brought her sentence. The sledgehammer has come down heavily on her head, relegated her to the bench. But nonetheless, we have Sarah Walaza coming in. Hopefully she can step in ably and do the job that the team requires.
Good to see that Yasmin Khan out there is all right. She's clearly passed that concussion test. But Evan, you rightly speak about perhaps the team change for the Victoria Pearls. In my opinion, a very strange one, to get rid of a batter and bring in an opening bowler, bit of a bits and pieces player.
An opening bowler who has not opened the bowling.
Yeah, a little bit strange, but we are glad to be in the commentary box and not the technical dugout. Especially for a side that has been struggling with the batting. So to get rid of one of your batters to bring in a bowler is a little bit strange. But with that dot ball brings an end to the second. Namibia 4 for 1. Evan, again, I want to put you on the spot. When you look at the players that are on the bench for the Victoria Pearls today, could easily be the most experienced bench in women's cricket, especially at associate level. Patricia Mlemekia alongside Proskovia Alako and Fiona Kulume. Those are seasoned players you feel in the Victoria Pearls. But them struggling to find a starting place perhaps is testament to the quality of the players that are out there that the Victoria Pearls have trusted.
Absolutely, Davis. And you know, they won, they have been winning. And so tampering with that winning formula always is what the technical benches desist from. You have been a captain yourself. But it's interesting. Either the players that have made the 11 have made such great strides, which has justified their selection because they've got to the final. You really can't argue with that. But it makes for interesting reading. So that can only say that the subs need to pull up their socks. But also it's testament to the fact that the battery or the conveyor belt that has churned out these players is an effective one to the extent that it has produced players who have managed to displace the more experienced campaigners.
I agree with you. I don't think you could have said it any better. Because in contrast, Namibia, the Capricorn Eagles have continued to stay very true to their word in terms of they've not changed the think at their team much. You just get a feeling that they have allowed a lot of stability in that Capricorn Eagles side. And the technical dugout will only hope that that stability will bring a bit of, not just a bit, but will bring success for the Capricorn Eagles, especially in this game with the trophy on offer. Full delivery outside of stump, asking to be hit with on offer. Whereas Kylian Green managed to muscle it over that infield. Didn't have the legs to sail over for 4 runs. And Stephanie Nampina is able to keep that to just 2 runs.
The outfield, the effects of the outfield, the heavy outfield, not permitting the ball to cross the boundary. 2 runs won't make for bad reading though. But I particularly like Irene Mutoni's bowling action. She stays upright for long. And because of that, even Harris' position is stronger. And she's been able to extract any kind of movement, exploiting that area that has been of concern throughout the tournament. Oh, floppy work from Kevin Awino on that occasion. Just as we were talking about Irene Mutoni's abilities. But today, the first couple of balls, even the first over, bowling that ball outside off stump, asking the batters to drive the ball, which we have seen throughout the tournament has been very difficult for most of the ladies. And so she has employed that strategy to examine the driving abilities of all the batters today.
Yasmin Khan takes a little shimmy down the way, gets right under that one, hits it over the infield, and that's the first one to actually go over the boundary. And it is 4 runs to Yasmin Khan and Namibia. Namibia 11 for 1.
Very welcome boundary. Very good technique from Yasmin Khan. Very balanced. Transfers her weight nicely through the shot. She's not leaning backwards, but bringing her weight through. And of course, the result testifies to that very good technique she employed on that occasion. Irene Mutoni will want to rectify matters. Let's see what she has to offer. It's a good response on that occasion to wind up the over. 11 for 1 at the end of 3. Davis, it's Sunday. Let's go to pray.
Obviously, that Namugongo shrine, very famous in the Catholic faith. Significant happening there with the matters. But in your frame yet again is that mountain, Mount Muhabura, the southwestern part of Uganda. Beautiful country the Pearl of Africa is.
I tell you, you won't find the mosques open on Sunday. I can tell you that for free, Davis. Konsi Aweko versus Kylie Green. Let's see how this contest pans out.
Very well bowled. That's it straight down to Marisa, who keeps it to nothing. But Ivan, just looking at how the tournament has gone and generally how international cricket has gone for the Victoria Pearls, you find that the opposition batters that have come after Konsi Aweko, who is literally, you'd say, the Victoria Pearls kingpin bowler or queen pin. This time Kylie Green goes big. Does it have the distance? No, it doesn't. And Konsi Aweko picks up her first. Rita Musamali down there, long on. Takes what looked like an easy catch. Hit right down the block, right into the fingers of Rita Musamali. Kylian Green is sent back for yet another early shower.
Namibia will be hoping the wheels are not coming off their chariots at the moment. But another early loss, almost replicating what happened last a couple of days ago, which was on a Friday, going down the throat of Rita Musamali. Rita Musamali making no mistake on that occasion. But Kylian Green, Uganda is very delighted to see her back. In comes Mwatile. She has a lot of work to do, try and rectify or repair the damages that have already been inflicted by the Ugandan bowlers.
I just get a feeling that wicket literally speaks about what I was just talking about. The fact that the Victoria Pearls heavily rely on those 4 overs that Konsi Aweko bowls. So if she can manage to go for nothing, anything under that 10-run mark, you feel that she usually does the job for the Victoria Pearls. Any wicket she picks becomes an extra bonus for the Victoria Pearls. So you get a feeling that a lot of the teams that have attacked her have put Janet Mbabas and the Victoria Pearls on very early pressure, which the Victoria Pearls have been susceptible to actually falling to.
Very right, Davis. And I think the biggest weapon she has used or employed is how she has managed to vary her pace. And more to that, she has been varying the slow ball. She has been varying the slow ball and slowing it even further and asking the batters to generate power of their own, which many of the batters have not been able to do. But more importantly, she has been able to create those wicket opportunities quite early, as we see on this occasion, bringing the downfall of Namibian batters and putting them in all sorts of trouble. But also, she has a task of trying to consolidate, making sure that if she can inflict 1 or 2 more, then the story will be an entirely different one for Namibia. The fact that she has slowed down the ball even that much more and more so bowled very straight lines, she has invited the batters to make the mistake on their own. That's good fielding there. I tell you, Konse will need all that kind of backup. Brings an end to the 4th over. It's 12 for 2.
And Janet Mbabas is forced to make that bowling change from the airport end. Irene Mutoni takes a break and in comes Sarah Walaza, a returning Sarah Walaza into the squad. She'll be hoping she can get some punches out of this wicket. Balls, those are big in swingers. Takes away a lot of pace, asking batters to actually generate pace on their own. But Ivan, for me, I think it's been a tremendous tournament. I think all 4 teams have been very evenly matched. Just felt the table might not have been fair to Nepal, the brand of cricket they did play. And the fact that they came here with about 6 under-19 players who had just been in that World Cup. You just get a feeling for me, Nepal are a team that a lot of the other associates want to keep an eye on.
Without a doubt, these have been the most closely contested series in a very long time. The teams actually seem to have almost balanced sides, so to speak. The difference between the sides wasn't too drastic or too big. The abilities were at par. As we see that one slice through the slip area, will it have the legs to roll all the way? Does, touches the boundary, brings up a 4. Vilka Matile starts off in style. Opens the bat at the last moment. Dabs that one through slip area. Challenges the 3rd man area. Ball manages to slide all the way to the boundary. Picks up 4 more. Sarah Walaza has been guilty, and I think that is what confined her to the bench in the previous game. She looks already to be conceding a 4 with the very first delivery she has bowled. But she should find some courage, some character to come back strongly.
Floats yet another one, second delivery. Takes all the pace off that one. But Ivan, for me, I'd want to give a lot of credit to Vilka Mwatile. the way she angled her bat to just dab that down to that vacant third man region, for me shows a lot of cricket intelligence, the understanding of the field set. She recognizes that there is a long on and a dead mid wicket in the deep, which would obviously create that boundary option and shot at her third man.
One of the things I've picked out too on Sarah Walaza, she has a very good bowling action as well. It's repeatable. She's very upright. I don't think she'll stand too many injury risks. I think what she has been challenged with is controlling her lines and her length. But her bowling action is a very good one. Definitely won't cause her a lot of worries in terms of injuries. Now what she has to work on is her controlling that in-swinger. Sometimes she starts that in-swing on the off stump and it drifts towards the leg and sometimes drifts far much down the leg. That's what has caused the leakages.
Ivan, as a former wicketkeeper, I just want to pick your brain, especially if you take a good look at how Kevin Awino literally, for lack of a better word, walks in with the bowler. I think for me that is a good tactic, especially for modern day wicketkeepers. You see that? What difference does it make, especially to keepers, and how you take the ball?
I think what I've found over my career is the decision to make where to stand as a wicketkeeper. Sometimes you don't want to be standing too far back, neither do you want to be standing in the middle of nowhere. That always causes misjudgment in picking up the ball. You don't want to be the ball to be dying on you by the time you pick it up. So I think actually on this occasion, Kevin Awino would be much more advised to stand up to the stumps. The pace is not too much, and if there is a nick, she could be able to take it. We shall resume with that conversation. It's 5 overs down, 17 for 2. Immediately, as we're talking about the wicket-keeper, just a few scenes of our tourist attractions. But just as we spoke about Kevin, she immediately asked for a helmet and came up to the stumps. I think that's the right move to make.
Get a feeling perhaps she has a fly somewhere in the wall here in the commentary box. But there is a bowling change at Janet Mbabazi opting to bowl that final over in the power play. She will be bowling from the golf course end.
I tell you, Davis, too, I think Kevin Awino's inclusion in the last 2 games have made a big difference. She has brought all the experience of a keeper, effected many dismissals, and the energy she comes with, as opposed to the makeshift wicket keepers that were employed in the previous games. But definitely she has shown all of her value. And as we can see, she's going to apply a lot more pressure on Vilka Mwatile, denying her that movement in and around her crease, confining her to that small box.
Yes, Evan, for me, I think that has been a positive change in the right direction for the Victoria Powers, and it's made a difference. Janet Mbabazi starts off a spell by sliding that one down the leg side. She's been guilty of starting off a bit slow with her spells. Some of the games she paid the price. A lot of teams put away some of those bad balls, but this time round she wants to start off pretty well and keep the pressure on the Capricorn Eagles.
Bit of indecision on that shot. She was neither in the front or the back foot. I think that is the kind of doubt slow bowling induces. But again, maintaining our focus on Kevin Awino. Even her setup at the crease is a beautiful one. As we see that one slice through the point area, will it have the legs to cross?
Just answer, you know it doesn't, Ivan. The heavy outfield continuing to have an impact in this game. And that's cut away behind point on the offside. 2 runs to the total, but you just get a feeling you'd want, especially because she has a long on and a dead mid wicket, you want her to bowl on the fuller side to try and get hit in that part of the ground. But looking at the golfers in your background there.
Vilka Mwatile will want to emulate the golfer on that shot.
Guilty for sliding another one down the leg side. The very experienced and competent Kevin Awino unable to keep that one in.
Davis, I think the cloud cover is also posing a bit of challenge to the bowlers. They're struggling to control the movement of the ball. This is the heaviest the cloud has covered the grounds over the past number of playing days we've had. And so the moisture in the atmosphere has caused a lot of drift, which they're struggling to control so far.
Good effort there from the other wicketkeeper in the side, Esther Iloko. She's clearly saved at least 2 runs there. She had gotten beaten on that one. Namibia would have managed to scamper through for a lot more, but Namibia will feel that they've put together a bit of a partnership. They're 23 for 2.
Vilka Mwatile, to me, appears as though she doesn't know what to do with that ball. She's not coming forward, neither is she going back. The ball is inviting her to come forward, actually. Fortunately for her, she has a bit of time to play the ball because of its speed. As we see there again, camping on the back foot, picking up a single. But I think Uganda needs to open their eyes and ask a bit more questions on this technique that she's employing at the moment.
Yasmin Khan takes a leadership down the wicket, gets high to it, and Imachile Nachisuyi completes a difficult chance there. But you can see, looking at the faces and not just a celebration of the Victoria Pass, you get a sense of feeling that they know just how important that wicket was. So getting rid of Yasmin Khan for just 5 runs, the Victoria Pearls will know they have made a massive headway in this final. Leadership down the wicket, only gets high to it. Imachile Nachisuyi runs across from mid-off to complete a difficult chance. Janet Mbabazi strikes in the first over. Looking at some of the highlights in that power play, one of the biggest highlights obviously is that dismissal of Sune Vidman. Yasmin Khan hit that right over the bowler's head. Big wicket there yet again, picked up by Kosi Aweko. Hit that straight down the throat of Rita Musamali at long on. Mwatile came and managed to pierce that gap at short third man. Picking up a bun, but more importantly for the cup, for the Victoria Pearls that picked up Yasmin Khan with the final delivery of the power play. Namibia 24 for the loss of 3 after 6.
Davis, I think the last wicket was the result that they kept Yasmin Khan off strike for a while and kind of knocked out the rhythm that she had, whatever rhythm she had managed to build. And so she felt the anxiety when she came on to strike. She wanted to do something, make something happen. And that, of course, without the rhythm that she had built previously, brought her demise. But I think she was just a victim of having stayed off strike for a while. It would be interesting now to see how Captain Janet Mbabazi goes about business, having 2 relatively new batters at the wicket. And also it will be interesting to see what Sarah Walaza does in these moments. But I think this is a moment where you go for the kill if you are Janet Mbabazi, apply more pressure and make Namibia feel every inch of it.
Just speaking of tactics, Ivan, you just get a feeling that I personally am impressed that Janet Mbabazi has kept a couple of extra fielders in the ring to try and put some bit of pressure on the batters. No easy singles. They scamper through for a single. But Edin Vazil sends Mwatile back. That's the kind of pressure you'll generate if you manage to keep extra fielders in the ring. Not allow the batters, those easy singles that batters will look to try and build their innings on. So the job for Sarah Walaza here is to simply keep things as nice and tidy as she can. Sarah Walaza pulls out of that one. As one half of the Mwatile sisters was not ready. Vilka Mwatile, it's been a bit strange. Speaking about the Mwatile sisters, at the start of the tournament we were seeing Mekalai Mwatile opening the batting alongside Sune Vidman. But that, you just get a feeling that change has not yielded as much return as the Capricorn Eagles would have hoped to see, because they were forced to send Kylian Green to open. Whereas she got a 40 in one of the games, you just feel it left the Capricorn Eagles spread wide open.
On that occasion, Vilka Mwatile not moving. Like I said, she's in the middle of nowhere, caught in no man's land. That was a very full ball which she should have come to, attempted to cut that one. And of course, it's very difficult to cut a volley. But we've seen a lot of tactics being employed. Some have worked, some haven't. And on this occasion, the what you mentioned, Davis, in Namibia's opinion, didn't work. However, they have to live with it. Look at that. Run out opportunity again. Miscommunication, everything going on at the moment. Those are the results of pressure, Davis.
Yeah, dot ball pressure obviously showing out there for the Capricorn Eagles. And you've got a feeling at the back of their minds, they'll know that last time round against the Victoria Pulse, Rita Musamali unfortunately throws to the wrong end. The cry of "where are you going" from Vilka Mwatile. They were guilty of 4 run-outs the last time they played the Victoria Pulse.
They came to the land of the athletes and wanted to emulate them quite ably. The land of Cheptegei, the land of Kiplimo, the land of all the likes. I think the bag caught on the Namibians.
Ruth Chemtai.
Oh yeah, a whole lot of them. But ill-educated on that occasion, and the result was 4 to 5 run-outs. Not what the doctor recommended. But Sarah Laza will look to finish things off very tidily. Tosses one up in the air, slid one through the third man area, pick up the only single of the over. 24 for 3 at the end of 7. Davis, have you been to a monastery or a convent?
I feel like that's a little bit of a trick question. It's a case of a damned if I do, damned if I don't, regardless of what I answer. So Ivan, I'll stick to the cricket, but in your screen there right now is obviously some of the beauty that you will experience at the Pearl of Africa. And back to the cricket yet again. Janet Mbabazi takes herself out of the bowling attack after picking up that prize wicket of Yasmin Khan, and asks Immaculate Nachisui to operate from that end. She's been more than handy with ball in hand, especially for a part-timer. Her off-spinners have not gone anywhere. She's picked up some very important wickets for the Victoria Pulse. The Victoria Pulse will hope she can do that, especially in this final, to pick up their 3rd victory against the Capricorn Eagles in the space of about 8 days.
First ball gets drilled through covers. A lot of tidying up to do. Managed to keep it down to 2. Not the ideal start for Immaculate Nakisui, but what exactly Vilka Mwatile would have loved to see.
Speaking about ideally, just get a feeling if you ever look at the way the two fielders there in the covers just after that one. Very fortunate for them that it's been a heavy outfield, that ball did not scamper through and get across the boundary for 4 runs. But Nachisui would want to bowl a lot straighter, not to give the batters any width to work with. Turn and bounce there from Immaculate Nachisui. We've seen throughout the tournament, spinners get a bit of patches on the wicket, especially on a slow turning wicket. And to no surprise that the spinners have been very dominant in this Women's T20 Cup.
Very well pointed out, Davis. And I think on the final day of the tournament, there will be a lot of exaggerated movements, both for seamers and spinners, because the wickets have been exposed a lot to the elements. And so a lot of movements will be, a lot of variables will be on play. But also what I've noticed, Vilka is tempting to cut balls that are fuller. She might see, as you see on that occasion, she's not willing to come to the front foot. She's preferred to camp on the back foot, but with 12 runs off 21 balls, it will be playing on her mind. Uganda will be hoping that induces a mistake on her part.
Run out opportunity. Run out it is. Adil Van Zyl is sent back to the heart without troubling the scorers, but more important, without facing a delivery in this Women's Day T20 Cup final.
Namibia continue where they left off last weekend on the treadmill.
Yeah, but beautiful fielding there from that field at a short fine leg. Sarah Kicheng managing to have the presence of mind to pick that up with her left hand and throwing it right over the top of the stumps. Easy completion of a run out there from Kevin Awino. Easy decision for the umpire Sharon Athola. Adil Van Zyl's tournament with bat in hand comes to an end. It's been a lackluster one.
I just can't get my head around what is happening to the Namibians as far as their running is concerned. They are gifting Uganda wickets, something that no team would ideally like. But to have a total of about 6 or 7 run-outs in a space of 2 days, that's more than half a side. And those woos continue. And at the end of that, Arasta is introduced to the wicket. She definitely won't want to be running poorly. She'll make sure the lines of communication between her and Vilka Mwatile are quite clear. Clear network signals. No jammed internet lines. Making sure they are calling the right phone suppliers of networks. Otherwise, we'll be in for a lot of problems.
Slightly short delivery, but fortunately for her, it was Arasta's first delivery. And she simply keeps it out, and with that dot ball brings an end to the 8th. Namibia 27 for 4.
Davis, we earlier spoke about how the last game can either affect you positively or negatively. Namibia, having lost the last game under very difficult circumstances, seem to have carried on from where they left off. Their psychology, I'm sure, took a beating on that day. And I don't know whether they've recovered sufficiently enough, but the results so far suggest that they haven't sufficiently recovered, still rolling along with the difficulties of the last game. It will take a lot of character for them to come back from this position, Davis, I think.
Evan, I think you rightly state and bring up an important point. It's not just about the result, the fact that they lost the Victoria Pearls in the last outing, but it's the manner in which they lost that game. A 73-run loss to Uganda obviously must have dented their confidence. And for them to just sneak into the final ahead of Hong Kong, in my opinion, which Hong Kong side Hong Kong China looked extremely dominant in the tournament. You just get a feeling that run out opportunity yet again. Rita Musamali, easy. Kevin Awino completes a run out. And Vilka Mwatile is doing a very good job for the Victoria Pearls. She's running her partners out. Arasta, no, not even in your frame there. Clear chance taken by the Ugandans. Namibia serving up here. Some lackluster running, looking at that. Drop on run straight in front of the fielder. Rita Musamali will never get a better late Christmas gift than that one.
Vilka Mwatile running towards the airport. She has a flight to catch. This has been the narrative for Namibia so far. Something the coach will be pulling his hair out of his head for. And those do nothing other than deflate the morale of the entire team. It's very difficult to pull back or to come back from this kind of situation. It will take a lot of mental strength, a lot of self-belief, a lot of character. Mizale Gorases is assigned with this task. It was always going to be difficult for Namibia to come back from this kind of situation. But they find themselves having dug themselves even deeper into the hole. Davis, I don't know what you would do if you are the coach of Namibia at the moment. Might want to consider your options after this one.
Well, based on our circumstances and proceedings, it's a case of swimming heavily upstream for the Capricorn Eagles right now. But fortunately for them, they have two batters out there who have the ability to stitch together a partnership, at least to bat out 4 or 5 overs. With the Capricorn Eagles having lost half their side, even before the halfway mark of the inning, would never have been the ideal start, especially after they won that toss and elected to bat first. So in these two batters, Vilka, Mwatile, alongside Gorases, they must find a way of batting at least 5 to 6 overs in this game.
I was just entertaining the wild thought, Davis, that Janet Mbabazi could even think of bringing the third man into the ring, close up that single that they've been dubbing down, especially Vilka Mwatile, cut off that option for a single and apply more pressure. I would even be looking to bring one more fielder in besides the third man to just look to apply the pressure. I tell you, Vilka will be feeling everything, every kind of pressure there is at the moment, and she will not be able to score freely like she would have had there been more wickets in hand.
I might just get a feeling for me it has nothing to do with the field set, bring the fielders in, especially because the Namibians are self-destructing, running themselves out. You just want the batters right now to just put their heads together, understand the situation right now is that the two out there cannot afford to lose another wicket, at least for another 30 balls, 5 over spell, to try and get a bit of a grip back onto this particular game and make a final out of what was expected to be a very close encounter. Floated delivery from Sarah Walaza, asking to be hit, but because of the pressure it cannot be hit, and with that dot ball brings an end to the 9th. Namibia at 28 for 5. And well, after 6 scintillating days of cricket in the Women's Day T20 Cup, it's come down to the final 2 teams. Uganda up against Namibia in this final. Unfortunately, it appears to be a bit of one-way traffic at this stage. And one-way traffic is only going in that direction as Imachile Nachisui manages to clean up Gorases, the wicketkeeper from the Capricorn Eagles. Namibia 28 for 6. The ship is sinking pretty fast. And with that wicket, there will be a drinks break. But looking at that, full and straight, she just simply needed to go back and either block that or drop and run. Attempts to go for the big pull shot. Ball wasn't short enough. And she loses a wicket in there. Despair for the Capricorn Eagles at this stage, 28 for 6. We'll take a break as the two teams go into a drinks break. And as we return from that drinks break, Namibia need to find some heroines out there as the wheels are coming off pretty fast. The good thing about the situation right now is that the Martile sisters are the batters, the tasked with that role. Proud moment, obviously, for the parents. The Martile sisters, they are donning that Capricorn Eagles jersey, but they have a massive role, massive task at hand. As the Victoria Pearls continue to string together dot balls, but they tighten that web of unanswered questions around the Capricorn Eagles. I am not alone, and as Ivan takes a break from the commentary box, Naomi Kayondo, Victoria Pearls player, joins me in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Naomi. What do you reckon?
Good afternoon, Davis. The Victoria Pearls have shown a great upper hand against the Capricorn Eagles this afternoon. I'm hoping that the final will live up to being a final this afternoon.
Those would have been great remarks, especially if those remarks came at the start of the match. But at this point, Namibia finding themselves in a very unfamiliar situation at 29-6. You just get a feeling at this point it's a case of recovery. They need to find batters who can put their hand up. The Martile sisters have a massive job on their hands to do. They can get the Namibian team at least to that 60-run mark.
Davis, I've seen tailenders, I've seen people that bat down the order, pull off a few miracles, try and stay in there, hang in there to contribute to the team's total score. I hope that can happen this afternoon.
What appeared to be an easy single is turned down by the batter. Malakai sends her sister back, and with that dot ball brings an end to the 10th. And at the halfway stage of the Namibian inning, Namibia 29 for the loss of 6 wickets. Not much to write home about. Too many single digits there for the Namibian Capricorn Eagles, but it's Vilka Motile, the only player in double figures. Sune Vidman was sent packing 2 of 4. Kylian Green 3 of 9. Yasmin Khan 5 of 12. And Dell did not trouble the scorers, did not face a delivery. Arasta was run out for naught, and Gorases was cleaned up for just 1. Not a beautiful scorecard there for the Capricorn Eagles, but they need to find some able batters out there. Put their hand up and actually get this attempt to put on a good total going.
Sarah Kiteng comes back into the bowling attack, and there's a chance. No, I think the pressure that is on right now is making it hard for the Capricorn Eagles to even take what would have been easy singles, Davis.
Yeah, a lot of indecision out there from the Capricorn Eagles. You would not have expected that, especially the fact that there are 2 sisters batting out there. Feel that they have easily turned out 2 singles in the last 2 deliveries that the Victoria Pearls have bowled.
Dot ball there for Sarah Akiteng, looking good with good figures.
Manages to turn that down there to short fine leg. Work to do for Konsi Aweko. The batters come back through for a second, and this time they make it home and dry with a lot more comfort.
The attempt to take a single has been stopped by Irene Mutoni. Stara still delivering good balls and keeping it neat and tidy for the Victoria Pearls.
Speaking about Sarah Kiteng, obviously this is her first over in this particular match. Just get a feeling she's had a mixed bag of a tournament. Started off by not being in the 11, eventually made it in the 11, picked up the only 5 in the tournament. But she's also been guilty of bowling some poor deliveries at the wrong time, deliveries that were bowled down the leg side that allowed opposition batters to get themselves in. But she'll be hoping she can build a bit of momentum going forward, especially the fact that Uganda are going to that Capricorn tournament in a few weeks, you would say. But with that single, brings an end to the over. Namibia 32 for 6 after 11. And the dot ball show continues here. Victoria Pearls are tightening the screws around the Capricorn Eagles, not allowing them to get out of the blocks, but not allowing them to put together a partnership that they do need. That's very well tucked there by Vilka Makalai. Vilka Mwatile. I'd imagine there must be a temptation in Janet's mind to try and bring in a couple of fielders.
Davis, if she had just asked the short covers to move in 5 steps, that would probably be a chance for a catch.
Yeah, basically something we're trying to talk about. There must be a temptation of Janet trying to bring a couple of fielders in to try and not allow any easy singles. But this time that's ball down the leg side, and fortunately for Makalai, she gets her inning going. Pierces that gap there, deep square leg. 4 much needed runs for the Capricorn Eagles. Look at the replay, the line was totally wrong there, drifting down the leg side. Allowed for easy pickings there for Makalai, Mwatile. They'll be hoping, the Capricorn Eagles will be hoping that is the boundary that allows them to get going, build some momentum on.
The Makalai sisters are still, Mwatile sisters are still adding scores onto the Capricorn Eagle total. Slowly, surely, with a bit of indecision, but they're still hanging in there, which I am sure it's what the coach wants them to do. Another quick single taken, played to square leg, just nudged down to square leg, and they are able to successfully complete the single at the end of 12 overs. Namibia are 38 for 6.
Well, Sarah Kiteng will continue to operate from that airport end. I just get a feeling the slower bowlers in the tournament have continued to trouble a lot of batters, especially the slower bowlers that have been looking to take the ball away from the right-handers. Unfortunately for Uganda, Uganda does possess 2 of those kind of bowlers in Konse Aweko and Sarah Kiteng. But that is the delivery talked about earlier from Sarah Kiteng, the delivery that drifts down the leg side. It's been a hit-me ball that many teams have looked to wait for and make full use of.
Davis, it could be that her head position is not quite in the place that you would want it to be, because then she's able to deliver on the offside, but there's that one drifting down the leg side, which is adding onto the Namibia total, going wide.
Yeah, this time sprays that wide of off stump. You get a feeling it's a sense of overcompensation. Having known that she drifted one down the leg side, in her mind she's thinking I must bowl it outside off stump, and she overcompensates and instead bowls it further wide on the offside. So I think you just feel that she just needs to get her radar on as early as possible, just to target those stumps, try and either ball batters out or trap them LBW.
Another one on the leg side, but they are not able to take the single. I guess because the pressure is on. They'll try and score slowly, but with so much confidence. Maybe if they can. Another one struck down the offside, and they quickly take a single.
Yeah, Naomi, just to pick your brain, you're a former captain of the Victoria Pearls. You're also a former under-19 coach. Do you think with Namibia at 42 for 6 in just under 13 overs, you would be having a temptation of bringing back Konsi Aweko to bowl from the other end to try and clean up the tail?
With right now, Namibia has been able to take 2 runs, slightly past gully area, but with what we can see, a person like Konsi, very good and experienced bowler, should probably come back to just try and clear or create some more damage to be able to have maybe Irene Mutoni at the end, just work with number 10 and 11.
And with that, dot ball brings an end to the 13th. Namibia 44 for 6. Well, and now Mikayondo, are you clearly either there is a bad, not just a bad, there must be a fly on the wall that Captain Janet Mbabazi had your words of wisdom. As the bowler you were asking to be returned into the attack is exactly the bowler that has been asked to come back, Konsi Aweko. You must feel very happy about that.
Yes, good decision by the captain, Mbabazi, to bring back Konsi. Konsi is a very tight bowler, and I'm sure she's executing exactly what Captain Mbabazi has asked her to do. If she's able to break this partnership, the better for the Victoria Pearls. Probably looking to get them to score under 60 runs, a total that I'm sure they would want to try and chase down as soon as possible.
Handiwork for me here, and I like the work that the Mochile sisters are putting out there. You just get a feeling that they have sensed the situation and understand that if Namibia to get anywhere close to that 60-70 run mark, those runs must come off the 2 bats of those 2 sisters. So they have put their heads down and managed to try and look to stitch together a partnership to allow them to bat till about that 17th, 18th over. The fact that they do not have a lot of resources left in the dugout, they need to bat to the 18th over. And they're doing the good, simple job of simply knocking the ball around, picking up the odd boundary whenever it comes. And importantly, not allowing Konsi Aweko to pick a wicket. And with that single, brings an end to the 14th. Namibia 46 for 6.
And after the 14th over, there's been a change in the comms box, and Ivan joins me in the comms box. Sarah Kiteng back into the bowling attack, and Ivan, Sarah Kiteng is back. She's bowled 2 wides in the last over. What do you reckon is going through her mind right now for this over?
I think Sarah Kiteng, first of all, has demonstrated a lot of very good qualities throughout the tournament. On that occasion, she gets swept towards deep square leg, but she's one of the bowlers who has been on top of her game throughout the tournament, keeping a tight lead on proceedings, not allowing batters to escape. And a game or 2 ago, she managed to pick up the first 5-wicket haul of the tournament. She has really done the job that Janet Mbabazi has asked of her, and a lot depends on her spell or spells, depending on how how Janet Mbabazi uses her. But she's been one of the standout bowlers for Uganda at the moment. And as I said earlier, a lot depends on what she's able to accomplish in this particular inning. As we see that one driven down the ground, cleaning up done by Immaculate Nakisui. She's managed to bowl so well, challenge the batters with different varieties, asking all sorts of questions.
Thank you, Ivan. I have also noticed that in the last 2-3 overs, the Mwatile sisters are getting slightly comfortable and confident. And that is struck over covers for 4 runs, which adds on to the Namibia total, 52 for 6. And Sarah Kiteng still working hard to break through. But the sisters are also adding on to the Namibian total.
See Kevin Awino walking over Sarah Kiteng and sharing 1 or 2 points. But Uganda would be very well advised not to take things for granted, because many teams usually know how to make a comeback. And this is a final. It presents all sorts of situations, especially those related to pressure. As we see a sweep shot towards deep square leg, cleaning up done by Sarah Walaza, keeping it down to a single. But as I said, there's a lot of pressure on finals, and so Uganda would like to keep this score as little as they possibly can, so that they don't have a lot of work to do when their inning comes in terms of batting.
Sarah delivers her last ball for the over, and keeping the dot hole there, it brings the end to the over, 53 for 6 after 15 overs.
Scores are 53 for the loss of 6 wickets after 15 overs.
Yeah, if these ones. Yeah. The Matile sisters doing a very good job repairing the innings, but we see an introduction of new bowler from the golf course end, Immaculate Nakisui. She would like to slow down this Namibian bus. Starts off with a square cut, a dot ball on that occasion. But the task for Immaculate Nakisui at the moment would be to try and break this partnership so that it doesn't make any further progress, which could hurt a big turn on that occasion, cutting off the hands of Mekalae Mwatile.
Ivan, I think that in the mid-wicket conference, the sisters have just, spoken to each other and said, we need to hang in here. We need to stay here and try and get as many runs as possible. Struck down to mid-wicket, and they're able to take just the one.
See the expansion in a variety of shots now coming in from the sisters. We've seen the sweep shots, we've seen the extra cover drives. The range is beginning to expand. That means they are beginning to find their feet in the middle there. They will need a lot more of that with 4.3 overs to go. Another pull shot on that occasion, pumped down to deep square. Cleaning up done by the youngster.
Wilka is able to pick that one, and the confidence is growing. Like David said earlier, I'm sure the parents are proud to have their daughters, contribute to the Capricorn Eagle total. And the work still continues. Another big one struck down. And still the cleanup work is done by Irene Mutoni. They are able to only take one. I don't know what happened to running quick in between wickets, or Ivan, do you think they're just playing it safe so that they can stay there for as long as possible?
They must have done an assessment of conditions, knowing that running has been the cause of their demise. And so they've decided to regulate that part of their game. As we see the end of the 16th over, only 3 coming off of it. It's 56 for 6. Namibia are doing a very good job at the moment, very good repair job. The dugout will be a lot more comfortable now that Mekalai and Vilka, the Matile sisters, have done some repairs. You see some more tourist attractions there. Large monuments in Uganda, worship monuments. Mgongo Shrine, the the mosque, one of the largest mosques around. And then the traditional dances. All of that is in the envelope called Uganda. Please come one, come all, and get to witness these beautiful sights.
Ivan, with just 23 balls to go, do you think that if you are in the Namibian dugout, you'd want just a runner ball to bring the score to about 80 runs? Something that maybe Namibia can try and defend?
Given the circumstances, any run is very welcome at the moment for Namibia. The state they were in a couple of overs ago was so precarious that they didn't even dream of getting to 56. And so with every run that they get, their hope keeps going up and up. And with it, a lot of confidence as she goes up this time. Falls in no man's land. Pick up a single. Janet Mbabazi reintroduced herself this over from the airport end, inducing a few shots from Mekalai. The Matile sisters realizing at the moment that they just can't keep sitting back and hoping for the best. They're trying to answer back, playing a few shots. We see the cross-butted shots coming into play, but also the slowness of the surface not allowing them to escape. And so when Uganda's turn comes to bat, they'll be aware of all these conditions and variables. But at the moment, they would like to consolidate their position and make sure they knock off the remaining few wickets of Namibia as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Namibia is very well advised at the moment to try and push a few more overs and try and reach the 18th over and see, as we see another one pumped down the ground. Picks up a 6 on that occasion. An expansion and extension of her hands brings 6 more to the score. The first one we've seen in a number of games, actually, not just this one. Naomi, over to you.
That brings the total to 64 for 6, with the captain having 1 ball to go. And like we said earlier, the Matile sisters, another one. And well taken by Natisui Immaculate. The partnership of the Mwatile sisters has finally been broken after Mekelai hits one in the air and a beautiful catch is taken by Natisui Immaculate. Ivan, I think that their partnership has made a good contribution. They've tried to hang in there, score the runs slowly, gradually, pull out some big shots, pull out some cross shots, all in attempt to add on to the Capricorn Eagles total.
Janet Mbabazi redeeming herself, having conceded a 6 the previous over. She had the inenviable reputation of being the one to concede a 6 in among the Ugandan bowlers, but redeeming herself almost immediately, inducing the false shot. What we've also seen, Immaculate Nakisui has specialized in pulling off blinders of catches and patrolling that mid-on, mid-off area to very good effect. On that occasion, breaking that partnership of the Matiles. And with that, we see the introduction of Sylvia, who will be tasked with the duties of finishing off the last 3 overs and giving Namibia any kind of decent score.
Ivan, there's something that we talked about in the earlier games where we expect fielders to have that awareness on whether to be on the rope or to be, slightly in the 45, to just be able to assess the batter's strength and how far they can hit this ball. to be able to, take the opportunities as they come. This blind over catch that has been taken by Nachi Sui is because she was able to assess the batter's strength. Because earlier in the innings we saw a catch dropped, I think on the second ball of the innings, because the fielder at the time was on the rope and it didn't reach the rope. But back into the attack is Consulate Nimungu Aweko, with the task of just going through the tail end of the Namibian batting order. Good hands by Kevin Awino, and makes an appeal, but the umpires are not interested.
Kevin Awin obviously enjoying her work behind the stumps, but personally, in my opinion, I've never been in support of the fielder standing in the middle of nowhere, especially if you're a few steps off the rope. I've had very many horrific scenes where the ball has been hit only for it to drop a few, just go over the batter's hands, the fielder's hands, only for it to just roll along the ground and conceding 4. And yet, if the person had been a bit behind, they would have taken the catch. The idea has always been to try and cut off the 2, but in the process you risk conceding a boundary, conceding a 4, and letting the batter off the hook, because then that, if you are on the boundary, would have been an opportunity for a catch. So I always prefer the fielder to be at the rope and then run in. You can take a diving catch forward, as opposed to taking one backwards and the ball goes for 4, and you still miss the opportunity to take a wicket.
A good risk assessment there, Ivan. And Konsi Aweko continues to take on to deliver only dot balls. No runs there by Mwatile sister, one half of the Mwatile sisters. Kevin enjoying her work with the gloves. Kevin has been shining in the tournament, effecting the run-outs in the game Uganda played against Namibia on Friday afternoon. She still did that. Kevin does that on the last ball of the over. And Konsi bowls a maiden. After 18 overs, the Capricorn Eagles are 64 for the loss of 7 wickets.
We were earlier discussing, as we take a look at more scenes and the wild scenery of Uganda, we're discussing the role of specialized roles, especially one of the wicketkeeper, and we see the difference Kevin Awino has made since her reintroduction into the squad, into the playing 11. We see the difference it has made. She's brought a lot of energy. As you see on that occasion, very clean hands, very tidy work, putting the batters under constant pressure. She's not permitting them to come down the track, as we saw Vilka was attempting to do, but she's doing that with 2 minds, and so she's not able to come down and do the job that is required of her, just because Kevin Awino has been constantly knocking the bails off, reminding her that you can't use your feet while I'm here doing the keeping duties. But she certainly brought an energy to the Ugandan team, and we see the difference has coincided with the number of wins that they've been able to accumulate over the last couple of games.
Sarah Kiteng bowling another one for 0, and Kevin still doing her thing with the gloves, looking tidy, exerting as much pressure as possible. Ivan, when the wicketkeeper is just behind your ear, all the ideas that you have, I don't know, things like walking, things like, double step, all go away because the wicketkeeper is just after your ear and, probably telling the bowler, drop it here, drop it there. So that kind of pressure is working in the favor of the Victoria Pals. And they are good sights to see here at the final of the Laika Women's Series. Catch shot played by the Mwatile sister, and they're able to take 2 runs, adding on to this total of the Capricorn Eagles, 66.
We see Vilka Mwatile, Sylvia on this occasion, also camping on the back foot, trying to cut everything. It would be very nice to see the bowler bowl a lot fuller, try and take away her hands and her ability to cut, as we saw on that occasion. It would be interesting to see whether her equipment to drive is in order, as we see on that occasion. That was a very close call. Very close call by Sarah Kiteng. Pushed one, Fuller. As we see, Sylvia has been very happy to pitch on her back foot, try and employ the pull shot or the square cut. She has discovered to her detriment that when it's Fuller, it's much difficult to play that shot. As we see the end of the 19th over, it's 67 for 7.
Kevin Awino has continued with tidy glove work. Her foot movement is on point. We saw her earlier in the innings, diving for the wides and moving her feet also to ensure that she saves the team those extras. Going into the last over, the captain has handed herself the ball to do the damage in these last 6 balls, hoping that maybe another wicket or two could be picked up, or just trying to minimize the score to below and under 70 runs, something that I'm sure they are thinking can be chaseable. Sylvia and Wilka on the wicket to try and add on to the score, beautifully struck down, and they're able to take only one. Rita Msamali lets it drop and she quickly hands in to ensure that only 1 run is taken.
Tell you, Naomi, they'll be looking to employ the long handle in this last over. I don't think they'll be blocking 1 or 2. The situation calls for them to try and pile on as many as they can. As you can see on that occasion, another one pumped towards cow corner. Still keeping it to the 1 attempted second run. But the reminder in their mind is what the runouts have done to them. Very well advised to keep it to just 1. Janet Mbabazi with the unenviable task of sealing the innings. She would like to keep it to just do as many dot balls as she can without conceding any boundary. That will help her cause.
Kevin continues with her neat hands, and she's able to quickly run out. Stamp Sylvia on the 3rd ball. Good delivery by Janet Mbabazi, and Kevin completes it with a stamping. I think Kevin deserves that. She's done a good job throughout the innings, keeping everything behind the batter clean and tidy, and that is something very good to look at. Namibia still under 70, 69 for 8, with 3 balls to go. Saima walking in and has the big role of getting maximums maybe from the last 3 balls of the last over in the first innings.
Sylvia, for a moment, protesting the judgment by the umpire. But nonetheless, the umpire's judgment is final. Kevin Awino continuing her tidy work at the back end of the innings there. I tell you, she's created all kinds of doubt in the batters' minds. Wide down the leg by Janet Mbabazi. She doesn't want to be giving away freebies at this moment. Score turns to 70. Kevin Awino in good position at that time to rescue. I tell you, Kevin Awino's hands are full of glue, checking everything that is thrown at her at the moment, looking very tidy.
Ivan, that's true, full of glue. And for this last ball, Saima pumps it down the ground, and they are able to only take 1. Esther Iluko and Rita Musamali are parading that area, ensuring that no second run is taken. And with the wide that was bowled earlier, Mbabazi Janet has the task of delivering the last ball of the first innings of this Laika Women's Series final here in Lugogo, and she goes with a wicket. Balls are out. What a way to conclude the innings. Mbabazi Janet bowls out the Wilka Mwatile, and the score is 71 for 9 at the end of 20 overs.
You see the replay coming down the track, indecision, goes across the line, gets all her paws knocked out of the ground. I think Uganda will be very happy with the work they've put in, not allowing the Namibians to run away with a big score, despite the fact that they had all good plans lined up for this kind of engagement. But they would like to consolidate, knowing that this is a final. You can't take things for granted. They would know that it's just halfway done. The greater work begins at the end of this inning. 71 for 9 at the end of the inning. That's the scorecard. As we see, Vilka Mwatile top scoring with 22. Ably helped by her sister Mwatile Mekalai, 23. Not much right home about from the rest with the pedestrian inning, maintaining a 3.5 run per over mark. And we know throughout the tournament that has been well below par. The par score has been 4.5 per over. But on this occasion, at the end of this inning, 3.5, but it's a final. We never know what could happen. Janet Mbabazi leading the scorecard there with 4 wickets from 3 overs at 6.3. And ably helped by Irene Mutoni, Consulate Aweko, Immaculate Nakiskui, each picking up a wicket to put brakes on the Namibia's proceedings. Uganda needs 72 from their 20 overs at a rate of 3. As we see the highlight package from that first inning. So catches being taken. Big one pumped down the ground. Actually, we saw the first 6 of the innings today of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't get going. That one all finding the fielders on regular occasions. Getting balled, getting run out. That was the highlight, the constitution of the Namibian innings. Brilliant catches by Iminaki Sui, supporting her bowlers. Contributions from Kevin Awino. Family putting Uganda's credentials in indelible ink. Stamps were flying all over the place. I think Uganda will be happy with their work at the moment, and they would like to make sure that they finish it off well. It's a final, ladies and gentlemen. The one that holds their nerve longest will be able to win. The score might be 71, but in a final anything can happen. Don't rule out the factor of nerves. The pressure of the moment. The occasion can play a lot of tricks on minds of many. Person with the best mental fortitude will be able to walk away winner. That's it from the first innings. Take a short break. Come back with the next inning in a short while.
We are back for the second innings for this final of the Women's Day Cup between Uganda, the Victoria Pearls of Uganda, and the Capricorn Eagles of Namibia. Namibia only managing 72 all-outs in their 20 overs. Uganda will need to be impeccable with the bat if they're going to find 73 runs from 120 balls. Mission not impossible, but anything can happen in the game of cricket. My name is Dennis Musale and I'm with Davis Karashani for this second innings of the game. Davis, 73 from 120 balls. Easy peasy.
Considering Namibia were 26 for the loss of 6, managing to get to that 71 run mark, you feel that they did recover. The Mwatile sisters answered our call. We put out a call for them to actually put their hands up, and put their hands up they did to get Namibia to that 70 run mark. You feel that they've gotten at least runs that they can bowl at. But more importantly for me is that Janet Mbabazi has earned her third opening partner in the space of 8 days.
Yeah, talk about it, Davis. A new opening partner for the captain of the Victoria Pearls, Janet Mbabazi. Esther Iluko comes in to open with her. Proskovia Alako, the exclusion today, and in the side, Sarah Wallace are coming in. But here's the first ball from Wilka Mwatile from the airport end. And it's a wicket. Uganda pegged back immediately. They lose their captain. The off stump is uprooted from the ground. If Namibia ever wanted a good start, Wilka Mwatile, what she can do with the bat, she can do so much better with the ball. The in-swinger uprooting the middle stump.
Your replay there. Janet Mbabazi forced yet another in-swinger. Middle stump goes cut-wheeling. And in 7 innings, Janet Mbabazi has not been fortunate to get off the mark in 3 of those. It obviously will be something for the dugout, the Ugandan dugout, to think about.
Yeah, most times they will say at least she didn't waste balls. The beautiful in-swinger there from Wilka Mwatile. Prize the ball you never want to get on your first delivery if you're a batter. The one that comes with your name and it. And Janet will have to depart. Immaculate Nakisui promoted up the order. She's now in at number 3. She's been batting at number 4 for the last couple of games. Now in at number 3. I don't know why she didn't want to open, but I think she's now opening batter right now.
The reality is about the game of cricket. You just cannot hide yourself too far. You will get found out. And Vilka Mwatile is steaming in from that airport end. Another beautiful in-swinger. The beauty about in-swingers is the more often than not they're asking tough questions of batters' techniques. But also key to that is that they are targeted towards those 3 stumps. So brings in that bold dismissal option together that LBW. So you get a feeling it's looking like a beautiful day for Vilka Mwatile. The Capricorn Eagles would be hoping she can carry them on her back to give them this victory.
Yeah, Davis, you make a very good point, and I'm touch worried for Immaculate Nakisui. They look very, very comfortable with those in-swingers. I think one of the key things about bowlers who bowl in-swing, if you're able to allow them to see all those 3 stumps, you sort of give them a mark to bowl at.
And Uganda are underway. Machinachisui is off the mark there. Manages to simply hit that, clip that off her pad for a single in mid-wicket. Let's get a feeling yet again, the fact that the Ugandan batters take that leg stump guard, it creates a bit of exposure to them being prone to in-swing, especially quality in-swing. We did see Puja from Nepal, Mahota, look to trouble a lot of the Ugandan batters, together with Vilka Mwatile. So we've seen that it's been a trend that bowlers that have bowled those big in-swingers to the Ugandan right-hand batters have troubled them and have received a lot of success.
Yeah, Davis, and yesterday, the other day, on the final match day for the group games, Esther Eluko was vulnerable, bowled through the gate by Wilka Mwatile because of what you've just explained exactly.
This time Esther Eluko managing to keep that front foot out of the line, keeps that out. And with that dot ball brings an end to the first. Uganda 1 for 1. And Dennis, looking at the tournament data right now, Uganda have lost a wicket before they get to that 10-run mark in 4 out of 7 games, 7 innings that they have played. Certainly having troubles with that, finding that the correct blueprint of an opening combo.
I think, Davis, you need to get ready with your math on how many times they've lost the second wicket below 10 as well.
Well, and opening the bowling for the Capricorn Eagles, Saima is going to operate from that golf course end. Gorases has chosen to stand up the stumps, but yet again the Ugandan batters standing on that leg stump guard, making them susceptible to big in swingers. Looks like a technical flaw that a lot of teams out there that are watching will be looking to try and exploit. You just get a feeling, Dennis, that the assignment at this stage, if you are in the Capricorn Eagles dugout, you're looking to ensure that Uganda do not get to that anything above that 20-run mark by the end of the power play. If you can have them at, even if it's just 20 for 1 or 20 for 2 after 6, you feel that it is game on. That 71 can quickly become that 100-run mark.
You're very right, Davis. And wickets is the name of the game for the Capricorn Eagles. Just clumsy fielding there from Wickham Matile. No, that's Mekalai Matile. Davis, you're very right that as long as I think Namibia will be interested in at least getting 20 for 5, that is a place that you want to have the Victoria Pearls.
Well, 20 for 5 for me, it seems it's a little bit of asking for too much. Especially for a team that is chasing, they'll know that they don't want to find themselves in playing a similar blueprint to what the Namibian inning was like. They want to bat a lot better, being a lot more control, not hoping for that big middle partnership. Nesta can only manage that straight down to Wittmann. 1 run conceded in this over. Things looking pretty good at this point. The Capricorn Eagles have conceded just 2 runs, picked up that prize wicket of the Victoria Pearls captain in the 10 deliveries they've bowled. Esther Iloko goes big, gets right under that one. Does it have the ability to run over the rope? No, it doesn't. Great work there from Shihepo down there at a long on. Had to put in a lot of yards running around that one.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover for Sylvia Shihepo, but she comes around to just keep it to a double. That should give Esther some confidence.
Saima draws a length back to can only get a dot ball there, and after 2, Uganda 4 for 1. Vilka Motile gets a radar slightly off there, balls that one down the leg side. Valuable runs for the Victoria Pearls. I just get a feeling that this is going to be a close contest. I know the scoreboard reads that the Victoria Pearls require just 72. But 72 runs in a final, you just get a feeling that there might be enough runs to put a challenge on the team that is going to chase down.
Yeah, David, something that you said as well. What you've just said is what Snow Whitman mentioned at the toss. that they want to be able to deal with the pressure, and the only way to do that is put a score that they feel they can bowl at. So probably 72 is something they can work with.
Very well played there by Machelena Chisui. Yet again, just showcasing just how much class she has and skill. Just get a feeling she's easily the most gifted and technically sound batter in that Victoria Lions lineup. And for me, I'm glad that she's actually found her way back into the top 3. I'm just one of those disciples. I still feel she should be opening the batting on one end. But I like to give flowers to not just the teams, but the associations of the nations that came down here to play in the inaugural Women's Day T20 Cup. Flowers to Hong Kong Cricket Association of Nepal, Cricket Namibia, and of course the home board Uganda Cricket Association for putting together what has been a watertight, beautiful tournament.
Yeah, very amazing cricket from the ladies.
Leadership down the wicket, unable to get any meaningful connection. Just get a feeling this is a very important passage of play. The Ghanaian batters hanging a little bit on the back foot on the defensive side. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket, but it's also key for them not to be too tentative. Otherwise, they'll dig a deep hole for themselves. They need to play with a lot more freedom and not be faced away by the occasion.
They go up, but that should have been going down the leg side. Can see the keeper not helping her bowler. Usually the keeper, if you want to confuse the umpire, you're the one who makes the loudest noise.
Spoken like a true keeper that used to confuse umpires. Drifting down the leg side, easily missing, even if it was the 6th stump. Easy decision there for the very experienced Sharon Athola.
I'm thinking that Snow Whitman will try and bowl Wake Mwatila throughout just to make sure she can get she might cause as much damage as possible. End of the 3rd over, Uganda 7 for 1.
Dennis, allow me to take this moment and just pick your brain, especially when you look at the top 3 here for Uganda. Among those top 3, there are 2 batters that obviously bowl part-time. And without missing my words, they actually picked up some wickets in the first inning. Beautiful swing there, but managed to get clipped behind point on the offside there. Right behind point. 2 valuable runs to the Ugandan total.
Yeah, I don't know why Israel is struggling to come back for a second on what looked like a very comfortable double.
Dennis, just follow up my question. You have 2 of the 3 top order batters for Uganda that bowl a little bit and picked up some wickets. Don't you think that causes a little bit of confusion in terms of them understanding their role in the side? As I hits that in the air, Yasmin Khan, it goes under it. Arasta takes a big effort there, unable to get hand to it. Esther Ilokol fortunate to get 2 more runs to her total.
Yeah, I thought Yasmin Khan was in a better position to take the catch. Was slightly just over her head, but she allowed Arasta to try and go for the chance. Can see, I think by the time she pulled that, it was a bit too late for Arasta to make the grab. Could have been a blinder. But Davis, you make a very good point, especially if those batters bowl well and pick up wickets. You sort of tend to say that you've already made your contribution in the game, rather than focusing on what is usually your stronger skill. Normally, I think that clarity has to come from the technical team, that if you're Ben Stokes, the responsibility for you to score runs, not to pick up wickets.
I think the point that I pick is largely rotates around clarity. Because clarity of thought allows the batters or the player play with the full understanding of what is required of them. For them to understand that even when they do well in what you would have called the secondary skill, They know that they must be able to execute in that primary skill. So yet again for me, Dennis, Janet Mbabazi not getting off the mark in 3 games obviously is a massive concern, especially for the top order batter and importantly the leader of that Victoria Pearls outfit.
One of the other things that really improved, for example, Rita Msamali's batting and Stephanie Nampina, was to take away the bowling from them, and they allowed them to focus on only that one skill. So hopefully, I think hit down the ground by a good connection from Esther Iluko. Davis, I feel that she's now looking more like a bowler who can bat rather than a batter who can bowl, because even in the bowling options, she comes on, she brings herself on very, very early, which looks like she's a bowling option, not someone who's there to make up the numbers. After 4 overs, Uganda 12 for 1.
Esther Iluko gets right behind that one and keeps that out. But Dennis, I'll give you an interesting fact. Janet Mbabazi is the T20 international player that has the most caught and bowled dismissals in world cricket. Interesting statistic there for Janet. I'm sure she'd want to have a better statistic, especially with the number of runs that she scores off her bat.
I think, Davis, the plan should be that maybe now the role has to change in terms of her contribution to the team. That you can bat at the top of the order, but your prime responsibility in the team is to actually bowl.
Well, Dennis, speaking tactics, we can literally do that the whole day. And as they say, till the cows come back home. But back to the cricket itself, Vilka Mwatile is continuing to string together dot balls here. Consider just 3 runs in the 14 deliveries that she's bowled, but she's picked up the prize wicket of the Victoria Pearls captain. Well, the sun is out here at the Entebbe Oval. A cricket oval that is obviously next to the lake shore of Lake Victoria, the biggest inland lake in the world. Beautiful cricket ground this is, in the middle of the Entebbe Golf Club. Testament by a couple of golfers you will see patrolling just outside that boundary. Hopefully one of our cameramen will get a shot or two. But it is a beautiful oval.
I don't know, maybe that's why it's easy for cricket players to transition into golfers.
Dennis, considering just how heavily reliant you are on the outside edge, I don't know how much success you would have had on a golf course.
Misfield, when you score 72 runs, you cannot afford such things. Mekalai Mwatile, I'm sure she'll get a warning from the bigger sister. Towards the back end of the tournament, the Namibians have used Mekalai Mwatile sparingly.
Tempted drop and run. Esther Iluko sends her partner back, and with the double ball brings her into the 5th. Uganda 13 for 1. Saima, for me, continues to operate in that line and length of uncertainty. Ball is not exactly there to be hit. It's not right under the hitting arc of the batters. But I like the fact that she has deployed a long on and a deep mid wicket just for some extra protection.
Such cricket awareness here from Snow Whitman.
Not sure I can say the same about Immaculate Nachisui.
Exactly. that's the point, Davis, that Immaculate probably thought that the throw is going to be at the non-strikers.
You just get a feeling at this stage, Namibia will be happy with proceedings right now, especially if you keep your eye on that required run rate. It is moving towards that 4-run mark. Nice straight delivery there. Might have little bit of bean in the arc right under her nose, but she chooses to block that one.
Yeah, Davis, from Snow Whitman, I think the next plan would be to get a couple of bowlers who can just slow down, string up a couple of dot balls, get that required rate to go to at least 5. Because Uganda don't seem to have they sort of want to put themselves in a situation where they need some pressure to start scoring runs.
Well, with just 2 deliveries to end the power play, the required run rate has actually hit that 4-run mark. Very well glided there. A bit of a square drive there. Class yet again from Immaculate Nachisui. And she manages to scamper through for 2 runs. That is the skill set and the class that Immaculate Nachisui does possess. Just having a look at her from here, you just feel like she's just short of confidence and belief in her abilities. Just feel if she played a lot more positively, she'll be able to score a lot more and give the team a lot more better stats than she does.
And I'll tell you one of the things, Davis, from my time with being with the Victoria Powers, is that when Imi does well, the team actually does well. So it's just an issue of her just taking that responsibility for the team. But after 6 overs and end of the power play, Uganda are 16 for 1. Some of the highlights, the captain, Janet Mbabadzi, departed on the first ball of the second innings. Hasn't been so much after that. But Davis departs from the commentary box, and I'm joined by Ivan Tawitamwira.
Thank you, Dennis. What do you make of the contest so far?
I think for now, Namibia have made sure that the required rate has gone up to 4 runs every over. So they will need to keep stringing up a couple of dot balls. And I'm not surprised that Wilka Mwatila is going to be bowled out. There is no point in a small total. If you're chasing down a small total, there's no point in holding back your best bowler. You go for broke immediately.
It's very true. I completely agree with you. Although the question lingering in the captain's mind would be, what if in the event that the game becomes tense at the back end and you've used up all your resources? But that's discussion for another moment. But I've also liked the fact that Immaculate and Esther have kind of given Uganda some kind of assurance at the wicket, employing the educated Chinese cat there.
Ivan, most times we think for the now, not for the future. So you're trying to make sure that if I'm able to create a lot more pressure right now, the back end will take care of itself, because with every dot ball, the required rate sort of just keeps going up. And that's why you want to have Uganda. But if they were scoring runs freely, then you would think about other options.
Very true, Dennis. And what I've also liked about Namibia, they've kept the fields tight. They've supported Vilka Mwatile very well in the field, keeping very tight field sets, allowing the Ugandans no room. And of course, the run rate at the moment testifies to that, keeping it to 2.7 per over. But what they've done is support the bowlers very well. with the field sets they have employed. And so it will also be a test of character for Esther and Immaculate out there to make sure that they don't lose the ground on which they have been standing. Comes down the ground, does Esther on that occasion. Will it have for the legs to go down? Yeah, it goes down for 4.
Yeah, top quality shot anywhere on any ground on the world, in the world, that will go to the boundary, splitting the two fielders. Good use of the feet there from Esther. This time missed the ball on the half volley, and she creams it past the bowler. Welcome boundary for her. That should give her some confidence.
The issue, Dennis, with small totals is once you concede a boundary, all of a sudden required run rate mathematics change. Even despite the fact that Vilka has bowled a very good over so far, but that boundary dented all the credentials that she has been able to establish as far as that point was concerned. And so it will be always a challenge as Esther repeats the dose. On this occasion, she only picks up 1.
I think what Esther Iluko has decided to do, that instead of getting stuck in her crease, she's going to use her feet and try and negate that in-swinger. It's a very, very good plan. Learning on the job.
I think Esther Iluko, for me, has been one of those exceptional players, given her age, given her background, and the way she has been able to play. There's obvious talent on display. And so it will be, the onus will be on the technical bench to support that talent, and obviously Naki Suis, she's no doubt, she has been driving very firmly. The umpire stretches her hand on this occasion, indicating a free hit. No better person to be on the striker's end than Immaculate Nakisui. Let's see whether she makes the most of this opportunity. Does hit that one down the ground. Collects all of 4 of them. Vilka Matile ruins what would have been a good over. Immaculate Nakisui clearing the front foot, giving her arms access to the ball. Big booming drive down the ground for 4 more.
Yeah, very good over for Uganda. That will also help with their required rate. At least as many as 11 runs from it. Wilka Matila had bowled well before this, but that final over for her. Just an error there in the graphic. They will be edited. Wilka has finished a quarter of 4. Uganda is now 28 for 1 after 7 overs.
Saima to continue from the golf course end. Looks like the captain wants to give them a run of 3 overs each or more. The danger with that, Dennis, as we were discussing earlier, is the tendency of the batters getting used, getting into some kind of rhythm and being able to line them up. But also the tendency of the bowlers bowling many overs getting tired and not being in control of what they are doing in the subsequent overs. As we saw the last one, getting dispatched for all of 11 runs, despite the fact that tidy work had been done prior to that.
Yeah, for a captain, most times it is damned if you do, damned if you don't. So sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't.
I think it was also important for her to realize that it's been almost 7 days of competition. It will require a lot of fitness and stamina for you to ask your bowlers to bowl 3-4 overs on the trot. In this kind of tournament, slight hold up in the game as we see umpire Makumbi, the match third umpire, coming on. We'll find out exactly what's happening, but slight hold up. We see discussions with the captain, animated discussions. Meanwhile, we shall show you the batting scorecard for Uganda at the moment. Steady partnership between Esther Iloku and Immaculate Nakisui, doing justice to the batting ambitions, having lost the captain quite early. Bowling scorecard there, reporting not too much in terms of the wickets, as Namibia continues to toil in the bid to breach the Ugandan defenses.
Yeah, after that first wicket in the second innings, I think things have sort of been very, very quiet. Namibia allowing Uganda to settle into the act. Now they need only 44 runs from so many balls. So unless you're going to pick sort of 2 hat-tricks, Uganda might be comfortable from here on. We're not exactly sure what the conversation is. Oh, up-ish, but will land safely. Pushing at the ball, Esther Iluko.
I think a break in the rhythm, that's what is likely to happen. So she will be very well advised to retune and refocus. The job is not yet done. I think that is what the captain would be reminding her of. Goes down the ground again. Pick up 2. Scamper through for 2. Esther Iluko taking the bull by the horns.
Yeah, maybe the Namibians are missing the point. If you're trying to keep the pressure on and stay on the attack, yeah, you need to get that fielder in the circle. If the ball beats them, they can take the boundary, but those chances have gone begging.
Esther Iluko gifts her wicket away on that occasion. She should have known that she had already picked the 2 and slices that one, only succeeds in getting it as far as cover. Wicket number 2 falls down for Uganda. As we see the replay, goes across the line, gets the outside edge, the leading edge. Wicket number 2 down. Much the delight of Namibia. Esther walks off dejected. She'll be relatively happy with what she has done, but nonetheless, jubilation for Namibia. 30 for 2 at the end of 7.4 overs.
And that introduces Rita Msamali. Walking in at number 4, Rita has done a tremendous job for the Victoria Pals. She has held her nerve, scored some important runs, and she's in here to face at number 4. With Uganda, the Victoria Pals almost halfway the score. They're looking to keep building. Rita and Nachisui are good friends, have played together for some time, way back from high school, and I'm sure they're looking to keep a good partnership to take Uganda home.
Welcome back, Naomi, from that short break.
Thank you, Ivan. Good to be back.
Been a very interesting passage of play with Esther Iloku and Immaculate Nakisui putting together a decent partnership until Esther Iloku gave it away. But nonetheless, the combination right now we have is a very interesting one with Rita Musamali, whose attributes we are well aware of, running very well in between the wickets, employing the sweep shot on that occasion. But her credentials have been very, very good so far, injecting necessary energy. As we see the end of the 8th over, only 2 runs and a wicket from that, 30 for 2. As I was saying, Naomi, that this combination, Namibia will be looking to break it as quickly as possible because Rita Msamali's ability to consolidate innings and her ability to run in between the wickets, plus Immaculate Nakisui, who has been set for the innings so far, can tend to create all sorts of problems for Namibia.
Evelyn gets into the bowling attack with a task of creating damage. However, I'm sure Rita and Imi are also up to the task to get Uganda home. Evelyn starts it off with a wide ball, and they're able to take a single, which gives Uganda 2 runs. And Evelyn has to deliver.
Not the kind of start Evelyn would have loved. Being very generous on this occasion. Wides and buys. Very welcome for Uganda. She'll try and tidy up things as soon as she possibly can. That occasion bowling a very short one out of Rita Msamali's reach. It's wide, indicated wide as the umpire, by the umpire. But the variety she provides, Naomi, being a leg spinner, turning the ball away from the right-hander, will also pose a different set of challenges for Rita Msamali, who has just walked in, and Immaculate Nakisui.
The challenges of walking in as a new bat, playing a spinner, Rita has to first watch the ball to kind of understand how the ball is turning, how the ball is bouncing, and then get herself in. You know, they used to tell us that first see the bowler, and then after some time, try and take them on. Evelyn delivers another wide, gifting Uganda an extra run, and Rita doesn't have to do much work there. They'll take the wide and still hope to score off Evelyn's bowling. Dot ball there. Balls and back to the bowler. She defends her own ball, ensuring that there are no extra runs off her bowling.
Punched off the back foot straight to the batter. One thing I've noticed, Naomi, is Rita Musamali has been swinging at the wides. One of the things I learned earlier on is that if I recognize the wide, unless I was so sure that I was going to hit it, I was educated not to bother with it. One of the things that happens if you're going to bat long innings is you want to conserve a lot of energy as much as you can, as we see the umpire indicating another no ball. Meanwhile, there had been a change in strike. Immaculate Nakisui, who we saw earlier on dispatching another free hit, will want to replicate that performance on this occasion. Very well done by Nakisui on that occasion. The very thing I was just beginning to put forward to you is that if you're going to bat long innings, you want to conserve as much energy as possible. And every time you swing at a ball and you don't hit it, you dispense of that energy. Swings to good effect this time. Will she get the full maximum? Goes only as far as Fitman. Nonetheless, there is a single. But Evelyn's over has been all over the place. Dot balls, wides, no balls. The whole combination has been on display.
Doesn't look very tidy for the leg spinner in Evelyn. To have to make the captain think whether she deserves another over, because the total that they are chasing is very small now. And that marks the end of the 9th over. The cup, Uganda is at 39 for 2 after 9.
Eight of that Evelyn over, number of extras with a few dot balls strung in between. Not the ideal kind of over they would have wanted. Run rate going to the 4.3s. See another beautiful edifice there. Ugandan history full of colonial stories. So the first of them coming in to try and discover the source of the Nile. Going on to establish themselves a protectorate here, as opposed to the neighbor Kenya, which turned out to be a colony. One of the things they left behind was cricket, which we are all happy to be taking part of right now.
Kylie Green is into the bowling attack, has been introduced into the bowling attack. And off just the first ball, a quick single is taken with some good shy at the stump by Sun Whitman, but he doesn't get anything.
It's interesting to note, Naomi, that the history of Uganda also is very synonymous with religion, because there were two camps. One was French, alongside the Italian, that carried with them the Roman Catholic faith. But then the British were mainly proponents of the Anglican faith. And so most of the politics of Uganda was built around those two religions. And subsequently the wars that were fought on this land were also built around those very aspects, forming the four as we see the boundary there. She managed to keep her legs in. She does, but pick up 3 because of that effort. Very well done by Rita Musamali.
And quite an interesting piece of fielding by Adele Van Zyl, putting her body on the line, defending and ensuring that the ball doesn't cross the line to give Rita Musamali the 4 runs. They're only able to take 3.
Kylie Green being introduced from the golf course end. He's been guilty of bowling a few short balls, which have been either swept or pulled. She wants to rectify that. But we saw also in Buganda Kingdom, as they were jostling and tussling for the attention of the king, the various European factions then wanted to sow any kind of discord based on religious ideologies, and so that also caused a lot of unrest in the main kingdom at that point. There were many upheavals and fights as the Brits went on to establish their selves family in the history of Uganda as the primary colonialists. Very interesting history there as we see the end of the 10th over, 44 for 2, and subsequently the drinks break. It's the resumption of the inning at the end of the break there. Uganda firmly in the driver's seat as it is at the moment, needing only 28 of 10 overs at 2.8. Should be an easy task, well below demanding levels. These two will want to continue to establish themselves firmly in the matters and destiny of this game.
Ivan, we continue to see Nachisui taking a firm grip and taking the lead in the batting direction for the Victoria Pals, ably supported by the evergreen Rita Musamali, up to the task with a small total now to chase 28 runs of 60 balls. Hopefully it can be concluded very soon, but the Capricorn Eagles still have a task to ensure they can defend their total. Arasta bowling a very quick one. Musamali plays it back to her and she's able to field it up to ensure that no run is taken off her first ball.
See the introduction of Arasta from the airport end, posing quick challenges to Immaculate Nakisui and Rita Musamali. She offers an entirely different variety because we've seen Matile sisters bowling already. Arasta asks a different set of questions up against Rita Musamali at the moment. Quick single taken. One of the very positive attributes of Rita Musamali is running in between the wickets. There was an argument that she could have made the Olympics team very easily. All those attributes on display at this particular ball.
It would be nice to see Rita Musamali in this 100 by 4 really. But it just speaks about their ability to run in between wickets. And Arasta still there, played very well on the offside, and a single is not taken, but that makes Immaculate look very, very good. Very, very good out there on the wicket. The sun is actually brighter now, and Uganda need 27 of 9.1 overs.
Immaculate Nakisui has been displaying a lot of good technical skill, playing the ball very late, and that's why she has been on top of the drive, letting the ball come to her, driving it well. I hope she doesn't now look to play across the line. She should be very well advised to continue to drive the ball as we see the end of the 11th over, 45 for 2. Pictures there showing the Nepalese coming to support, cheer, whatever else they might have on their mind. But full attendance. We also saw the Hong Kong team somewhere around the ground. Keen interest in proceedings. At beginning of the 12th over, Rita Musamali will be on strike with very little pressure on them at the moment. Only 27 runs. Should be easy, but we know that with finals, so many things can be brought into possibility.
Nerves is a standard in any final, and I think in every game there will be pressure, there will be nerves, but I feel that the Victoria Pals are able to hold it down with so many wickets in hand. Ooh! And Rita Musamali is safely gets into her crease after a possibility of having a run out. She's safe, and with that single adds on to Uganda's total of 46 runs. Nachisui on strike now. Ooh. And a quick catch drop there in covers, and they're only able to take one. Nachisui plays a lazy one to covers, but the catch is not taken, and they are able to go through with 1 run, only 1 run.
Problem on playing slower bowling on slower surfaces, fully on display on that occasion. Immaculate Nakisui, distribution of her weight wasn't very good on that occasion, pushing her front leg towards square leg. They're trying to cut the ball, which is outside the off stump. So the weight was all over the place, and she wasn't in control of that shot, which fortunately for her was dropped in covers. Kylie Green inducing that mistake. Fortunate for them that they are still at the crease. Like to consolidate the work they've already done. Pumped down the ground. Very well by Immaculate Nakisui. Field and cover will regret having dropped her. Kept down to a single on that occasion.
And we're seeing a lot more confidence now in the playing. Once you have been dropped, given an opportunity to live another life, indeed, you can try and experiment a lot more. Or Rita tries to sweep, and the umpire says, not out. At the end of the 12th over, the Victoria Pearls. At the end of the 12th over, the Victoria Pearls are 49 for the loss of 2. With the end of that over, creates a change in the comms box, and I'd like to welcome Davis back into the comms box. Davis, how many more overs do you think the Victoria Pearls will need to wrap this up? Seeing that they look very confident now, with very many wickets in hand. If you are someone on strike, what would you be thinking?
Good to be back in the comms box, Naomi. For me, at this point, it's more of when the aspect of thinking about the overs is a bit far-fetched. At this point, you're probably looking at a number of balls left. And if that replay drifting down the leg side, easy decision for the umpire, Sharon Athola. So with 47 deliveries, Victoria Pearls requiring just 23, you feel it's really easy. It's easy pickings for them. Required run rate is under 3 runs and over. So you feel they are in cruise control of these run chase. At this point, they just do not want to simply give away any soft dismissals. These two batters have been there for a while. They have a partnership of just over 20 runs. So I think that these two should be able to take them home and dry. Amy goes for a big, slight bit of an expansive drive, you would say there. Fortunately for her, I didn't have enough in it to get down to that fielder waiting at long on. Gets an easy single. With just 22 runs, I would like to see the Namibians, the Capricorn Eagles, try and get a few extra fielders in the ring to put some pressure on the Ugandan batters.
Some interesting fielding there, mid-wicket. Some interesting dive there. But Rita and Immaculate are still able to pick the single. Making this the second run taken in the 13th over. Good fielding in the gully. Immaculate plays one to gully, and the Mwatile sister is able to quickly field it and chuck it into the keeper, not allowing them to take any other single.
I like the bowling variety that Arasta comes with. She takes a lot of pace off, looks to bowl very straight. That's very well glided there by Immaculate Nakisui, allowing the batters to scamper through for a single, and with that single brings an end to the 13th. Uganda 52 for 2. The equation is pretty simple at this stage, with the Victoria Pearls requiring just 20 runs to become the inaugural winners of the Women's Day T20 Cup. In stark contrast, the Capricorn Eagles require 8 wickets. Beautifully driven there, square driven there to that vacant extra cover region by Machel Nachisui. Picks up 2 more runs, make that 18 runs for the Victoria Pearls to win this one. To be the 3rd victory for the Victoria Pearls against the Capricorn Eagles in a row.
Victoria Pearls, Immaculate and Rita still adding on to the total, and the Capricorn Eagles still working extra hard. After that square drive, Sune Whitman has sent down someone to point to ensure that that gap is actually closed, and Immaculate then strikes it down to fine leg, sweeps it to fine leg, and there is an excellent piece of fielding there by Irene Van Zyl, who has been putting her body on the line for the team, ensuring that it does not cross the boundary for 4 runs.
Interesting passage of play here. Amy started off the over by piercing that vacant cover region for 2 runs. Then managed to sweep that down to deep square leg. But great work there by Edin Van Zyl. Keeps it to just 3 runs. Wholehearted effort there from the youngster. Actually just 2 runs. Very well played there yet again by Machelina Chisui. All hands there, drives that down to long on for a single. You just get a feeling at this stage the Capricorn Eagles a little bit guilty. They seem like they're just going through the motions. You'd have liked to see them make a bit of a game out of this one, put some pressure. Full delivery, but very well fielded there by Yasmin Khan, patrolling that cover region.
Davis have just been talking about how Yasmin is quite a package in the field. She doesn't bowl, but she puts her body on the line, just like many others, to ensure that there's a big contribution to the team. They are able to only take a single. Rita sweeps one square, and they're only able to take a single, which adds up to Uganda's total of 58. Imi strikes one down the ground over the fielder at mid-off, and they're able to take 2 runs. There's a lot of running to do this afternoon. And at the end of the 14th over, Uganda has 60 for the loss of 2 wickets, and they need only 12 runs off 6 overs.
With just 12 runs needed by the Victoria Pearls, the contrast, Namibia require 8 wickets. Yesterday we did see that final of the women's IPL. Very close game that it was. Testament yet again to just how much evolution the women's game is continuing to enjoy. We did see Mumbai Indians get to that 140 mark off the bat of their captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. Managed to get a very important half century with her team in trouble early on. She got 66. Meg Lanning and her DC team, the Capitals, were unable to get to that 140 mark, allowing Mumbai Indians pick up their 3rd victory in the women's IPL. But back to the cricket here at the Entebbe Cricket Oval. Arasta sprays that down the leg side. Work to do for the fielders. And Adil Van Zyl is kept very busy in the field. 2 more runs to that Victoria Pearls total. Uganda require a 9-digit mark to get to that 72-run mark to give them a victory in this tournament.
Davis, we've seen Van Zyl on every side of the ground chasing, doing a lot of work in the field for her team. She was unfortunately run out, but she has put in a great shift with the field.
Yeah, she's been busy out there in the field. Again, being called into action right there. Just feel sorry for her. She's one of those that puts her entire body on the line to try and save runs for her side. Today she wasn't able to even face a delivery. She was run out after relying on the call of her partner, Vilka Mwatile sold that down the drain.
Rita strikes one down, and they're able to take a quick single.
Uganda 7 runs away from picking up that victory and bragging rights of becoming the inaugural Women's Day T20 champions. Imagine Nachisui goes high and big, clears that mid-off region. That's the quality of Imagine Nachisui. She does have that ability to find the gaps as and when the need is required. In your frame there, the Nepalese team very, very young, you would say, but rich in class and quality. Takes a leadership down the wicket, opens her arms, pierces that boundary. Uganda 1 hit away, requiring just 3 runs to win.
Davis, and that puts the final in context. Uganda cruising to victory with Nachisui still on strike, and they've not taken a run. I'm sure there must be something in her mind saying, how do we finish this? At the end of the 15th over, Uganda 69 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Uganda requiring just 3 runs off 30 deliveries. It is a Herculean task here for the Capricorn Eagles. They need to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they are to pick up this victory. But in your frame there, some of the Ugandan fans, Adraf, Bakshi, continue to thank the fans that have actually come out to support the Victoria Pearls and all the teams. We did see the fans from Nepal as well coming out and shouting the chants of Nepal, Nepal. That's drifted down the leg side. And Kylen Green has looked to sum it up. Balls that down the leg side. Easy call, and the Butters managed to come through for 2 runs.
Davis with just 1 run to go. The Victoria Pearls definitely taking the lead. And just a confirmation over there about the state. And the umpire calls it game down. The Victoria Pearls have been able to win. Majestically beats the Capricorn Eagles by 8 wickets. Score has been chased down in 15 overs. And it has been a good display of cricket down here at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe.
Comfortable victory here for the Victoria Pearls, picking up their 5th victory in the 7 games they have played, chasing down 72 runs in 15 overs. Comprehensive victory, you would say. Uganda never were ever troubled in this contest. And Uganda winning by 8 wickets, sending a very, looking at that batting scorecard, not much right home about beyond the top 4. Janet Mbaba sent for an early shower, 0 for 1. Esther Eloko played a handy knock, 17 of 29. But it's Imachuli Nachisui and Rita Musamali who got 30 and 13 runs respectively to get Uganda to that 72 run mark for loss of 2 in 15 overs. Uganda winning by a mammoth 8 wickets. Great cricketing script for Namibia. Not much success in that wicket column there, with only Vilka Mwatile picking up a wicket, conceded 16 runs in 4 overs, and Simon picking up that extra wicket over Esther. But otherwise, not much for the other bowlers. They actually went for a lot of runs. Evelyn went for 9 in a single over. Kylen Green went for 20 in 3 overs. Arasta went for 13 in 3 overs. Not much that the Namibians would have done, especially try and pick that victory. Victory against Uganda remains elusive. Earlier on, Namibia won the toss and elected to bat first, but could only manage to get to 71 runs in the allotted 20 overs. In response, Uganda hunted it down in 15 off the bat of Imachuli Nachisui, who got 30 of 40, and Nesta Elu Kolu managed to get 17 of 29. Rita Musamali, the batter, who stayed out there, 13 of 22. Uganda winning by 8 wickets. As we look to bring this tournament to an end, do stay with us as we will go. Looking at the highlights there, Mbabazi Janet was cleaned up, first ball of the inning. Esther Eloko walked in at one drop and played some beautiful shots down the ground, pierced some very important boundaries. Machel Nachisui took a liking to Vilka, hit her down the ground for 4 runs. Saima managed to trap Esther Eloko caught in covers, and that was the last bit of success for the Capricorn Eagles in their attempt to defend 72 runs. Machel Nachisui put out her quality, showcasing her class, allowing Uganda to pick up that victory and becoming first inaugural winners of the Women's Day T20 Cup. Uganda finishing top of that log there, picking up 8 points in their 6 matches. Namibia in second, close second, were lucky to get into that final ahead of Hong Kong, China, just by net run rate. Nepal finishing 4th, but I will assure you Nepal played a much better game than what the points table does look like. But do stay with us for the post-match presentation shortly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation. The final game that has been played this afternoon for the Women's Laika series here in Entebbe. I would like to call the captain of the Capricorn Eagles, Sun Whitman. Hard luck, Whitman. What do you have to say about the game this afternoon?
Yeah, obviously it's disappointing. We really need to go back and sort things out. Hats off to Uganda for a proper game. Today they were the deserved winners. We have to go home and sort out our batting, and then obviously we need to pitch up when it matters.
Okay, any positives from the game though?
Yeah, obviously there's always some positives. I think if you take the Capricorn Eagles from the last 18 months, there's an immense growth. So obviously we don't want to look into the negatives. We really have a lot of positives. I think our bowling unit has come back to strength. Our fielding unit has come back to strength, and we have seen the depth of our batting unit in 1 or 2 games. But yeah, we have to start getting more consistent. That's the word I was looking for. We have to start getting more consistent. We can't score one game 60 runs and then the next game 120 runs. We need to make sure at least the runner ball, and especially on pitches like this, that's batting pitches, we have to make sure we put something on the board, batting first. And then, yeah, like I said, our bowling unit, fielding unit, there's a lot of positives, and we have to look at the positives, but there's a lot of things we can do better.
Thank you very much, Whitman. Positivity is one of the things that they're taking back home. I would like to welcome Janet Mabazi, captain of the Victoria Pearls. Janet, well played today. Congratulations. What were the positives in the game this afternoon?
I think that the players had a very good start on the field. Mutoni coming in and striking, picking the wicket of the captain. I think that set the tone for the team, and just the players believed in themselves. They've come, from quite a long way. The tournament hasn't been easy, but they've proven to be, played.
With an 8 wickets victory, what are the positives that you would like each of the Victoria Pearls to go with back home?
I think that we just have to remind ourselves, as long as we back each other up, as long as we're there for each other, there's someone backing up the other person, especially with the ball and with the bat. If Mutoni comes and balls and she goes for, say, 7 runs, is constantly coming in and backing her up in that aspect, and then she bowls the next over with less pressure. The same thing with batting. I think that Immaculate, Stephanie, Esther Iloko herself have been very exceptional with the bat. Walaza came back on the squad today and she was very good with the ball as well, even more energy on the field. And I think that's what the Victoria Pearls did very well, just supporting each other and bring the vibe, bring the morale, taking every catch in the last few games, and I think that's what worked for us. And yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Janet. Congratulations, Victoria Pearls. I've heard they brought the vibe, and that is a good thing. I would like to welcome Athwola Sharon, Uganda's finest women umpire. She has been here for the 7 match days, showing us the class that she holds as an umpire. And ladies and gentlemen, for the woman of March, Nachisui Immaculate, Victoria Pearls from Uganda. I'd like for Sharon to hand over this award to you. Congratulations, Nachisiwe Immaculate. Taken a few blinders in the field, scored runs that did change the tone of the game this afternoon. Nachisiwe, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What did you say was the change that was created in the game for the Victoria Pearls to take the win?
First I will start by apologizing to the Capricorn Eagles because some of our fans misbehaved from the other side. So we are sorry, and my teammates, we do apologize. We are so sorry.
Thank you very much, Imi, for that apology. The question was, where do you think your contribution turned the game for the Victoria Pearls to take the win this afternoon?
Now, I'll be honest, we all contributed to this win right from the first innings because our morale was just on top, our attitude was just on top. So I'm also happy to have contributed to the team's win.
Thank you very much, Immaculate. She accredits that to the team's contribution right from the bowling and with the batting. Thank you very much, Immaculate. And that marks the end of the post-match presentation. like to welcome all the teams that have graced Uganda with their presence. I would like to start by recognizing the presence of Hong Kong, China. Please clap for them. The ladies currently donned in red and black. Interestingly, the month of love ended just a few days back, but Hong Kong, China, you're very welcome. I would like to recognize the presence of the Nepal ladies cricket team. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much for coming down to Uganda to display your amazing cricket skill. I would like to welcome the Capricorn Eagles, beautifully clothed in navy blue. And lastly, the hosting team, the Victoria Pals. Amazing in yellow. It's been an interesting 10 days of cricket, like I said, and I would like to welcome the Nepal team manager, but just before they come up, I would like to thank each one of you that has been present here, supporting women's cricket, the fans seated at the back, please wave to us, and players, please clap for them. In a special way, I would like to recognize the Nepalese fans who are here on the days when Nepal was playing. Please send them our regards. We recognize their presence. I would like to thank the groundsmen and the field staff that have gotten everything here together. I would like to thank the press, the journalists, the photojournalists who have spent 10 days broadcasting and putting everything that was going on here out there for the world to know. I would like to thank our broadcasters, Podgal, for the amazing job. And finally, the umpires. The umpires, one of them left 2 days ago, but they've done a tremendous job. I would like to invite the Nepalese manager. Please clap for her as she comes up.
Good evening, everyone. We wanted to hand over this trophy, token of love to Uganda Cricket Association.
It is that it's some mountain somewhere, but now that we have it in the cricket offices, it should be some homework for the players, the local players. I thank you very much. I would like to invite the chair lady, local organizing committee, Rita Tinker. We are moving into the stage of speeches, and this Women's Day Cup has been beautifully organized by Rita Tinker, chair lady of the local organizing committee. Rita Tinker, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Kayondo. Thank you, everyone. I am so happy that this has come to this. It's been one of the most exciting tournaments I have seen. Thank you so much, Nepal, Hong Kong, Namibia, for honoring our invite and coming here to be with us. At the beginning of the tournament, we didn't know what to expect. And by nature of our international body, we are ranked 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. And then you look at the ranking and you're like, oh, this is going to be interesting. However, when you're on the field, the ranking doesn't matter really. It's been a very interesting tournament. They have been very great. All the games have been a final, in my opinion. And thank you. I thank you, players. Thank you so much. To the fourth estate, thank you for walking this journey with us. We've been in the papers, we've been on radio, we've been literally everywhere. And this is the beginning. We are going to come back next year, next Women's Day, stronger than today, or even more teams than we had this time. So the fourth estate, as always, we have complained before that you love the men, but this time you've shown us love. Maybe it's because it was Women's Day, or there was a month before that was for love, as Kayondo said. But thank you. We appreciate and we don't take that for granted. The board, thank you for allowing us to have this tournament. I know that at the beginning of the years, in the past probably 4 years or so, the board where I belonged, we agreed that we'll have what the men have, the women shall have, and we have tried to walk that talk, and I can agree that we are 80 or 95% there. So thank you very much. Our sponsors, all protocol observed, we thank you. We hope for more sponsors. From those that weren't able to join us this time, I'm sure you will next time. The supporters, the fans here present and those online, we thank you. Our streaming has been hitting some crazy numbers, and I think that's a first for us. We are very excited, and that means that the next one is going to be even bigger. So before I hand over to the next speaker, I'd like to say thank you to the most important people of this tournament, the unsung heroes of the tournament often, the groundsmen staff. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Without you, we would not have had these games. Without you, we wouldn't have had a single game. Regardless of our fitness levels, our preparation, without the groundsmen, we would not have had a game at all. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. The officials, the umpires, thank you for being fair to all of us. Before I go, I have a token of appreciation, not a token of appreciation per se, but it's something to make sure that you don't forget us, all the teams that have been present today. I will probably invite the captains to come and pick this. Captain Nepal, please take this home. Thank you so much. This is to make sure that you don't forget us, the Pearl of Africa, and that the next 8th March, Women's Day, you will be here with us. Thank you so much. Captain Hong Kong.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We hope you come back next March. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you. She's already on her way, so I don't need to mention. I know Uganda is a household name for you, and we know that every time we call upon you, you always willing to come, and we don't take that for granted. Thank you so much. I know we'll have you again soon. Thank you. I have been reminded that I forgot to thank the commentators. Please forgive me, my apologies. The commentators, the announcer, Rita Nyangendo, it's a whole team. I don't want to forget anyone, so I'll not name names, but we appreciate you all. Kayondo and your team, Davis Karashani and your team, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Our chef, for the whole tournament, I think you fed us so well. We could have added a kilo or two. We thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Tinka. I would like to welcome the acting CEO of Uganda Cricket Association, Madam Evelyn, to make her remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Kayondo Naomi. This? There seems to be an echo. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, cricketers. It's such an awesome day that our 10-day tournament is ending today. Thank you very much for participating. My name is Evelyn Kabongera Vidivonwa Shinyekwa. I am honored to be here. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize our former chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Nuwagaba. Mr. Walusimbi, our legend cricketer, we honor you. Thank you. You're present. We would like to, in a special way, recognize Mr. Punit. Thank you very much. One of our sponsors. Thank you very much for supporting us in this cricket tournament. We are grateful. Our lock chair, she's just been here. Madam Rita, we recognize you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much. Our chair, current, Mr. Jackson Kavma, we recognize you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The teams, you've been amazing. Thank you for the teamwork. Cricket is teamwork. We would like to thank Nepal. Nepal, thank you very much. You've had a lot of zeal and you've worked hard. Thank you. Our team, Hong Kong, China, we are grateful. Thank you very much. We recognize you. And Namibia, you've been great. Thank you. Our team, Uganda, Victoria Pearls, thank you very, very much. We are proud of you. We'd like to thank all the people that have worked. Thank you very much. It's teamwork. Yes, we have our match officials. All of you in your capacities, we are grateful. Thank you very much for the teamwork you have shown. All we can say is thank you, thank you, thank you, and please keep it up. Keep it up, the great spirit of advancing cricket in Uganda. That is very wonderful of you. We are grateful. We'd like to thank all the volunteers. Volunteers in your capacities, we are very grateful. Right from the people that have done the cleaning, and those that have fed us, those that have done whatever you have done, you've made sure the teams are comfortable. Thank you very much. Those that have ferried us to here, our service providers, we are grateful. Thank you very much. We are proud of you. And for the rest of the day, we dedicate it before God. And we thank God, by the way, for the weather. Today was a bit gloomy, but look, it's beautiful now. We give glory and honor to God. Can we give him a big clap? Yes. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. And I would like to invite the chairman, Uganda Cricket Association, Mr. Kavuma Jackson, to make his remarks.
Good evening, everyone. All protocol observed. I have two board members here, my secretary and the women's representative. First, we'd like to thank the organizers, Uganda Cricket Association, the participants, Hong Kong, China, Nepal, Cricket Namibia, and Uganda. To the players, thank you so much. To our partners, Leica Mobile, Dream Catchers, the Fourth Estate, the fans, thank you so much for all that you've done for Uganda. To my former chairman, this is a tournament that was dear to your heart. Thank you for supporting the ladies. To our legend, Mr. Samuel Lusimbi, who has already supported women's cricket, thank you so much. I don't have so much to say. It's our first event as a young board, but thank you so much for the trust that you have put in us. We believe with your guidance and support, we'll be able to deliver cricket to the highest level. To the teams that are traveling back, Johnny Masses, we hope to see you next year during the same tournament. Pass our regards to your federation presidents. We look forward to seeing you in the future. God bless you and Johnny Masses.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those remarks. We are moving into a session of awards, but just before we do that, the DJ would like to have a short musical interlude where I will ask the players intentionally to meet or say hello to someone that is not from their team. Get their number. Some people are leaving tonight. You probably want to say hello to the chairman, Uganda Cricket. Please take this 1 minute to do that. DJ, may we have a 1 minute musical interlude? Thank you. Victoria Pulse, please get up. Nepalese team, say hello to someone who is putting on a different jersey from yours. DJ, last 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll give you.
Members, last 10 seconds. I'm seeing too much blue in one place, too much yellow in one place. The dark blues and reds have really mixed up, which is a good thing. Guys, cricket is a sport, but we become family. We make friends. Now, please have your seats. Please have your seats, and we'll continue. Please take your seats, ladies. No one came to say hello to me. I find that unfair. Now that someone has said hello to me, ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Ladies, please have your seats. Shakira, please have your seats. Miles, please have your seats. Team Nepal, please take your seats. And as you do that, I'd like to invite Mrs. Lelia Namaganda Ondeko, the women's representative, to make a small presentation before we go into the award ceremony. Liu, Yasmin, Green, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Chairman, past chairman, IPP, please have your seat. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all teams for gracing our tournament. I would like to thank the board for allowing us to have this tournament, and for everyone who has worked with us, thank you very much. We hope to see you next time. I'm not going to say much. I think pretty much everything has been said, but I would like to give a token of appreciation to all the teams. So the captains and the team managers can come around. Team Hong Kong, please pick something from Team Uganda.
Thank you.
Hoping to see you next time.
Hope so too.
Yeah. Team Nepal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Team Namibia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you to everything.
That's all from me. Hoping to see you next year for the same tournament, but with even more teams. Have a great evening.
Madam Lelia, please don't go away. Please come back. We'll move into the other awards, and the best bowler for the Women's Day Cup is Janet Mbabazi, and she'll be awarded by Madam Lelia, the women's rep. Well bowled, Janet. Madam Lelia, you may have your seat. Thank you very much. The best bats lady, Natasha Miles from Hong Kong, China. Natasha had great batting innings. And this award will be given out by Madam Evelyn The acting CEO, Uganda Cricket Association. Best batter of the Women's Day Cup. I would like to invite a legend of the game, Mr. Samuel Lusimbi, to please step forward to award. Mr. Walusimbi is a legend of the game, a great supporter of women's cricket. If you noticed, he was around for all these match days. He still nurtures young cricket talent, supporting both the men and women, and he's still around, not anywhere to go. If you want to learn how to play a textbook cover drive, he's the person to talk to. So that is Mr. Samuel Lusimbi. Mr. Samuel Lusimbi will give the award to the most valuable player, and that is Immaculate Nakisui from Uganda. Immaculate Nakisui, done well with the bat and the ball. Immaculate, please stay here. Thank you very much, Mr. Walusimbi. Immaculate, please stay here. Natasha, please come with your award. Janet Mbabazi, for a good photo moment. I suggest Natasha stands between the two yellows. Huh? Immaculate, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Well done, ladies. Classical textbook displays at the Women's Day Cup. Big smiles. Well done. Thank you very much. I would like to invite IPP, immediate past chairman of Uganda Cricket Association. IPC, immediate past chair of Uganda Cricket Association, to give out the medals for the runners-up. Please keep clapping. My apologies. My batting partner did not tell me how we're going to run, to make the run. But these are medals for the second runners-up, Hong Kong, China. Please come with the coach and team manager at the back. Hong Kong ladies, please come and get your medals. DJ, please some music. Well done, Nepal. Sorry, Hong Kong, China. Good displays with both the ball and the bat. Good display of cricket. Hong Kong, China, please come for a photo moment with IPC. Please, ladies, please come for a nice photo with IPC. This is Hong Kong, China. Well played. It was really nice having you in Entebbe, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Up next are the first runners-up medals. But just before that, I would like to invite Madame Tinka and Madame Evelyn, who are going to bat on this wicket for just a few overs. First runners-up medals for Team Namibia. Team Namibia. This is Team finally. DJ, finally. DJ, finally. I'd like to welcome the champions of the inaugural Women's Day Cup. But just before they come, DJ Teleza Bulungi Akayimba. Just before they come, I would like to invite the chairman, Uganda Cricket Association, as well as Madam Lelia Namaganda, to please hand over the medals to the Victoria Pearls. Mbabazi Janet, please lead the team out with the coaching staff at the end. Victoria Pearls, please come for the medals with a big smile, with some energy. DJ. Yes, they are the champions of the inaugural Women's Day Cup. Being able to display some classical textbook cricket, a force to reckon. Beautifully clad in yellow. Well played, ladies. Well played, ladies. Ladies, please come back. Ladies, please come back. Victoria Pals. Please come back. Please come back. There is team tall and team short. You know the order. You know the order. Chairman. Team tall, team short. You know the order. Team tall is kneeling. Eh? Okay, I like that arrangement. And the chairman, Uganda Cricket, hands over the Champions Trophy to the Victoria Pals. Congratulations, Victoria Pals, for that spirited fight. Well played, well done. Oh. Team Tall apparently is the one kneeling. Team Tall. So everyone kneeling is actually very tall. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Congratulations, the Victoria Pals. Another photo opportunity, please. Technical staff, some red the other side. Some red the other side. Chairman, please reorganize yourselves for a better photograph. The backdrop. Well done. Please clap for them. Really well done, ladies. Wow, well played. And that brings us to the near close of the closing ceremony. But just before we do that, special shouts out go to the ground staff. I know they've been appreciated already, but I would like to thank them in a special way. There's a good team behind here, Navisalu and Coach, for the amazing work they've done, organizers of the Women's Day Cup, fans, commentators, the Fourth Estate, and Podgal, our broadcasters. Would like to thank our sponsors for everything, other drivers, the liaisons, the stadium announcer, Rita, liaisons, Maureen, Shakira, and Evelyn. Shakira, please stand up. That's for Team Hong Kong. Shakira has been with Team Hong Kong. Shakira, please have your seat. Evelyn, with Team Nepal, done an amazing job. Maureen, with Team Namibia, an amazing job. Stadium announcer, Rita Nyangendo. I don't see Gloria Obukor. Everything with the scoreboard. I would like to thank the scorers and the umpires and everyone who has contributed to having a successful Women's Day Cup. Just before I close, two more announcements. One, appreciation, and thank you very much. I would like to thank the Fourth Estate, the media. Please clap for them. All your stories are in the media. Everything that has been broadcasted is out there by Podgal. A special thank you to the fans and for everyone that has fed us with juice and good meals. Thank you very much. The final announcement is that there's some refreshments for us as we check out, mix and mingle, and we'll call that the close of the Women's Day Cup. Thank you very much. My name is Naomi Kayando. It was nice meeting you all.